Section 0 of France, Spain and the Rif, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alistair. France, Spain and the Rif, Part 1 by Walter Burton Harris. Preface. With the opening of a new year, it may be hoped that an end has come at last to the long period of war in the Rif, a war that has caused almost unimaginable suffering to all concerned. Like all wars, it has been marked by acts of cruelty and barbarism. On the one hand, every modern method of destruction, the outcome of man's intelligence and ingenuity, has been employed. On the other, the innate cruelty of primitive race has been let loose. On both sides there have been reprisals, all paid and paid dearly, the price of war, the luxury of bloodshed. War anywhere and everywhere is horrible. This war in Morocco was doubly so. The Riffis were deprived of all medicaments and surgical aid, yet the imposition of this unnecessary addition to their sufferings did nothing to shorten the campaign, and probably nothing to lengthen it. The agony of Spain was little, if any, less. The youth of the peninsula has died, massacred, tortured, mutilated in its thousands. For the French, the period of war was shorter. They were prepared for the encounter, but even for them the campaign was a bitter one. There were rude awakenings and cruel experiences. There were acts of great endurance and courage, as there always are when men, whatever their race or religion, are called upon to slay one another. But there is no glory in war, however noble and self-sacrificing individual acts may be. It is cruel, devastating, hideous. It leaves behind it a track of corruption. Its remembrance is a cup of bitterness. That the war in the Rif is over is a cause of thanksgiving at the opening of this new year. That it will never occur again must be our prayer. W.B.H. Tangier, 1st of January, 1927. End of Section 0. Section 0 of France, Spain and the Rif, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alistair. France, Spain and the Rif, Part 1 by Walter Burton Harris. Preface. With the opening of a new year, it may be hoped that an end has come at last to the long period of war in the Rif, a war that has caused almost unimaginable suffering to all concerned. Like all wars, it has been marked by acts of cruelty and barbarism. On the one hand, every modern method of destruction, the outcome of man's intelligence and ingenuity, has been employed. On the other, the innate cruelty of primitive race has been let loose. On both sides there have been reprisals, all paid and paid dearly, the price of war, the luxury of bloodshed. War anywhere and everywhere is horrible. This war in Morocco was doubly so. The Riffis were deprived of all medicaments and surgical aid, yet the imposition of this unnecessary addition to their sufferings did nothing to shorten the campaign, and probably nothing to lengthen it. The agony of Spain was little, if any, less. The youth of the peninsula has died, massacred, tortured, mutilated in its thousands. For the French, the period of war was shorter. They were prepared for the encounter, but even for them, the campaign was a bitter one. There were rude awakenings and cruel experiences. There were acts of great endurance and courage, as there always are when men, whatever their race or religion, are called upon to slay one another. But there is no glory in war, however noble and self-sacrificing individual acts may be. It is cruel, devastating, hideous. It leaves behind it a track of corruption. Its remembrance is a cup of bitterness. That the war in the Rif is over is a cause of thanksgiving at the opening of this new year. That it will never occur again must be our prayer. W.B.H. Tangier, 1st of January, 1927. End of section 0. Section 1 of France, Spain, and the Rif, Part 1, by Walter Burton Harris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alistair. Chapter 1. The Status of France and Spain in Morocco. The modern history of Morocco may be said to have begun in 1904, with the Anglo-French agreement of that year. For some time previous to that date, the Moorish Empire had been breaking up. A strong sultan, Mulai Hassan, had died in 1894, leaving as heir to his throne one of his younger sons, Mulai Abdelaziz, a mere boy. For several years, the power lay in the hands of the Grand Vizier, and it was not until his death in 1901 that the young sultan emerged from the precincts of the secluded palace to take over the reins of government. Well-intentioned, weak, misled, and shockingly robbed, Mulai Abdelaziz was incapable of maintaining order over the turbulent tribes, whom a long period of repression and extortion had rendered only too ready to revolt. His plight was not rendered any the happier by the fact that the two powers most interested at that period in Morocco, England and France, were united by no ties of friendship. France, intent upon rounding off her great possessions in North Africa, coveted the rich but almost unknown country that lay between the Algerian frontier and the Atlantic Ocean. England, desiring nothing for herself in Morocco, unless it was Tangier, which she knew could never be hers, was firmly determined to combat all France's schemes to obtain a preponderating influence in the country. Accordingly, the British government strongly supported the young sultan in resisting the constant strain of French pressure. Germany and Spain, jealous of France's African possessions, gave England a moderate measure of support. But the bolstering up of the decaying Moorish government could not save the situation. Tribal revolt, misgovernment, corruption, disturbances on the Algerian frontier, and near the Spanish presidios on the Mediterranean coast indicated the end of Moorish independence. The British government realised at length that no assistance that it was prepared to give, and the assistance had always been more in advice than in substance, could prolong for any but a very short period the life of the decaying empire. There remained but one purpose that Morocco could serve, that of a pawn on the chessboard of Europe. It is possible that active intervention might have been a remedy, but active intervention was exactly what Great Britain was determined to avoid, and under no circumstances, less perhaps than the seizure of Tangier by a foreign power, would she have taken the risk. Only lately emerged from the throes of the South African War, England required a long period of peace. The death of Queen Victoria and the accession of King Edward VII had awakened a desire for a new foreign policy and for new friends in Europe. It had long been King Edward's wish to see an improvement in the relations between England and France. His arrival on the throne rendered this possible. He enjoyed great popularity in France. He was esteemed and trusted in England, where his great ability was fully recognized. Under his influence, the attitude of the two peoples toward each other changed, and an exhibition of goodwill on both sides rendered an entente feasible. The first step was the elimination of the points of friction which existed between the two countries, and there were no more serious points of friction than Morocco and Egypt. It was realized that before any permanent entente could be reached, these two disturbing elements must be got rid of. A single formula was devised: the withdrawal by England and France of their political interests in Morocco and Egypt respectively. England was to have a free hand in Egypt to continue her work in that country, while the closed doors of Morocco were to be opened to France. The withdrawal of British political interests in Morocco, where they were paramount at the court of Mulai Abdelaziz, practically left Morocco in the hands of the power against the intentions of which the British government had never ceased to warn the Sultan. It was only when the Anglo-French agreement was signed that the Sultan learned that the staff on which he had always leaned had proved to be a broken reed. It is to this Anglo-French agreement of 1904 that the existing situation in Morocco owes its origin, for it contains the basis of all the subsequent arrangements, treaties and conventions which in any way confirm or modify the spheres of influence of France or Spain, or determine the status of Tangier. It is therefore essential, in reviewing subsequent events and the existing situation in Morocco, that the terms of this original arrangement should be borne in mind. Briefly, as far as lay in the powers of the contracting parties, with certain non-political and commercial exceptions, it gave England in Egypt and France in Morocco full liberty of action. The benefits that accrued to England in Egypt are outside the scope of this work. By Clause 2 of the agreement, the British government recognises that it pertains to France to watch over the security of Morocco and to furnish the Moorish government with all assistance in administrative, economic, financial and military reform as it may stand in need of. No hindrance will be put in the accomplishment of France's duty in this respect by the British government, provided the existing rights of Great Britain are not interfered with. In Clause 4, the two governments mutually guarantee that in Egypt and Morocco respectively, there shall be maintained an equality of treatment in the custom houses and under all other forms of taxation, and in the transport of merchandise on the railways. In Clause 7, the two governments undertake that they will allow the construction of no fortifications on the southern shore of the Straits of Gibraltar, or along the coast of the Atlantic Ocean as far south as the mouth of the Cebu River, or on the Mediterranean as far east as the Spanish Presidio of Melilla. Exception is of course made of such fortresses and positions as Spain holds along the latter coast. So far the agreement was limited to the two contracting parties, England and France, but it was evident, and only just, that Spain's geographical position and the fact that she possessed territory on the Mediterranean coast of Morocco gave her an indisputable right to be a party to any such agreement. Ceuta, Peñón de la Gomera, Alhucemas, and Melilla had been Spanish territory for centuries, and in the far south, opposite the Canary Islands, she claimed a long-abandoned possession, Santa Cruz de la Mar Pequeña. Clause 8 states that the two governments, inspired by sincerely friendly sentiments towards Spain, take into particular consideration the interest that Spain has acquired by her geographical position and her territorial possessions on the Mediterranean coast. On this subject it is stipulated that the French government will concert with the Spanish government and will communicate to the British government the terms of the arrangement which may result between France and Spain. In this last clause, the British government undertakes to give the French government its diplomatic assistance in carrying out the terms of the agreement. Such are briefly the contents of the Anglo-French Agreement of 1904. A separate and secret convention accompanied it, in which the proposed extent of the Spanish zone was specified, but which at the same time gave the French government entire liberty to negotiate this question of delimitation. So successful were the French in these negotiations that Spain was satisfied with a very much smaller sphere of influence than France was prepared to grant. The original proposition included not only the rich Hrab plains north of the Cebu River, but even Fez itself. It was a disappointment to the Spanish government to learn, after their agreement with France was signed, that they might have included in their sphere of influence these valuable assets. France and Spain having come to terms, the Spanish government gave its formal adherence to the Anglo-French agreement on October 3rd, 1904. This recognition by Spain was followed by a secret agreement with France, which was signed on October 30th, and the next year, 1905, a second secret Franco-Spanish convention was signed on September 1st. The following year, 1906, a conference on the subject of Morocco was held at Algeciras, summoned by the Sultan at the instigation of the German government, which had become anxious as to the intentions of England, France, and Spain in regard to that country. The attitude adopted by the governments of those three powers, however, successfully prevented the introduction of any question that threatened the eventual operation of the terms of the agreements which had been signed between them during the previous 2 years. Certain reforms were introduced on an international basis, and the equality of treatment in commercial industrial matters was guaranteed to the subjects of all the signatory powers in Morocco. The question of spheres of influence never arose, and the Germans and their supporters, who had hoped to raise the entire subject of Morocco's future, failed in their endeavours to do so. The ultimate results of Algeciras were to strengthen the position of France and Spain in Morocco. In 1911, the German government, having in the meantime left no stone unturned to hamper France's Moroccan policy, even to the sending of a warship, the Panther, to Agadir, and having at last realized that its efforts were in vain, proposed a deal. In return for territorial concessions in West Africa, Germany signed a treaty with France on November 4th, 1911, by which she bound herself to adhere to the Anglo-French agreement of 1904. There were a few modifications, but none of which affected the spirit of that agreement. The German government formally recognized the right of France to extend her control in, and her protection over, Morocco. This treaty also confirmed to France the privilege of the diplomatic representation of Morocco, both in that country and abroad. By this Franco-German treaty, France's position in Morocco was greatly strengthened. Her predominance and liberty of action had now obtained the support of all the powers whose consent was of importance, England, Spain, and Germany. With regard to the other powers, the interests of which were economic and commercial, the Act of Algeciras gave sufficient guarantee of equality of treatment. France found herself authorized to introduce into the country all such administrative, judicial, economic, financial, and military reforms as she might think fit, provided they did not affect the status and rights of the subjects of other powers. In short, France became the recognized collaborator with the Sultan and the Moorish government in every branch of administration. It was the course of events in Morocco itself, as much as this series of political arrangements outside of it, that brought about in 1912 the negotiation and declaration of a French protectorate over Morocco. The Sultan, Mulai Abdelaziz, whose authority at the moment when the British government, in 1904, had abandoned the task of trying to prop up the decaying Moorish government, had already become greatly diminished, lost the throne in 1908. His brother, Mulai Hafid, egged on and supported by the influential chiefs of the south, had raised the standard of rebellion. After a long campaign, in which an intense desire never to come to decisive action seems to have been the common aim of both parties, Mulai Hafid gained the day. Both sultans, for at one period they both reigned in different parts of the country, were without adequate means to finance the campaign. The war was desultory and uneventful. Both were dependent upon the deserters of the other's army for troops, and the soldiers fought for whichever side could afford to pay them. On French advice and with French financial assistance, Mulai Abdelaziz set out from the coast with an expedition in August 1908 for the reconquest of his southern capital, Marrakesh, Within a day or two's march of the city, owing to a rising of a supposed friendly tribe against him, he was defeated. His camp was pillaged, and he returned to the coast a fugitive. There he abdicated in favour of his brother. Mulai Hafid was proclaimed at Fez and Tangier, and all Morocco recognised him. He reigned for 4 years, 1908 to 1912, and though at first he showed signs of a desire to restore the fortune of his country, it was too late. Chaos and corruption had done their work. Wearying of the struggle, at war with his tribes, at the mercy of the foreign powers, his treasury empty, Mulai Hafid abandoned hope. From month to month the situation became more difficult. At length in 1911, besieged in his capital by the tribesmen of the surrounding districts, he appealed to the French government for assistance, and the troops were dispatched to Fez. It was the beginning of the end, and in March 1912 he signed a treaty by which he recognised a French protectorate over Morocco. It was the end of Morocco's centuries of independence. As in the case of the agreements with England in 1904 and with Germany in 1911, France's treaty of protectorate with the Sultan of Morocco included the whole of that country with the exception of Tangier. The French government was charged with the foreign relations, and the Sultan undertook to conclude no act of international character without the consent of France. The status of the French resident general, whose powers are most extensive, was outlined. The control of practically the whole administration rested in his hands. To this there was only one exception. Tangier had been carefully eliminated from all these treaties and agreements, that is to say that there had been inserted a clause in each of them by which it was agreed that the status of Tangier should be determined by a separate arrangement. It was clear, therefore, and undisputed, that Tangier and its little zone fell neither in the French protectorate nor in the Spanish sphere of influence. An exception to France's complete control of Morocco, though not mentioned in the Protectorate Treaty, was the Spanish zone, which the French government had, by the Anglo-French and Franco-Spanish agreements of 1904, definitely engaged itself to recognise. On the subject of her zone of influence, Spain had not, and has not today, any direct treaty with Morocco. She has merely the agreement with France that she was to occupy and administer a section of northern Morocco, extending from the Algerian frontier to a spot a little south of the town of Larache on the Atlantic coast, including the whole of the northern coastline with the exception of Tangier. To this transaction the Sultan and Moorish government were, in fact, not parties. The situation was briefly as follows. France had negotiated with the Sultan of Morocco a treaty of protectorate over the whole of Morocco, excluding Tangier, but France had, at the time of the signature of this treaty, already pledged herself to sublet to Spain the northern section of this country and a zone in the desert regions of the south. Spain's position in Morocco is based solely upon her treaties and agreements with France. The moment had now arrived to study in detail the terms upon which the Spaniards were to administer their sphere of influence, and for a more definite delimitation of its frontiers. The French government, once the Treaty of Protectorate was signed, immediately opened up negotiations with Madrid, and the result was the Franco-Spanish Treaty of November 1912. By the first clause of this treaty, the French government formally recognised that it pertained to Spain to keep watch over the security of the Spanish zone and to grant the Moorish government, within the limits of the zone, all such administrative, economic, financial, judicial, and military assistance as might be needed. In fact, by this first clause of the treaty, France transfers to Spain the rights and responsibility of fulfilling the same functions in the Spanish zone as Great Britain had recognised as pertaining to France over the whole of Morocco by the agreement of 1904. Spain, by signing this treaty, accepted responsibility for the maintenance of order and the introduction of reforms. Clause 2 confirms the civil and religious authority of the Sultan over the Spanish zone, and agrees that it shall be administered under the control of a Spanish High Commissioner by a Khalifa chosen by the Sultan from 2 names to be submitted by the Spanish government. The Khalifa was to reside in Tetuan and would be invested by the Sultan with full powers. The Spanish High Commissioner should also be the sole intermediary between the Khalifa and the local agents, consuls, of the powers in the Spanish zone. but the Spanish government recognised Clause 5 of the French Treaty of Protectorate, by which all relations with the diplomatic representatives of foreign powers are vested in the French Resident General, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs for all Morocco. The authority of the Spanish High Commissioner in his relations with the foreign consuls is therefore strictly limited to questions of local interest. The treaty, after stating the geographical limits of the Spanish northern and the southern desert zones, stipulates that the Spanish government shall under no circumstances alienate or cede, even temporarily, her rights over any part of these zones. Spain undertakes, as England and France had already done by the agreement of 1904, to allow no fortifications to be erected on the coast of her zone, with the exception, of course, of her presidios, which are Spanish territorial possessions. The Franco-Spanish treaty also delimits the frontier of the Little Tangier zone and confirms the liberty of education and cults. Spain's right to spend on the upkeep of her sphere all such taxes as she may collect, together with the mining royalties, etc., is recognised, and there are various further clauses which affect the functions of the Moroccan State Bank, the Tangier Fez Railway, and the protection of natives at home and abroad. Spain, though possessing full powers to administer her sphere as she may deem fit, provided treaty rights are not affected, has legally no protectorate over her zone of Morocco. Her powers are delegated by France, whose protectorate extends over the whole of Morocco. But in the interests of practical government, Spain's position in Morocco has been recognised as amounting to a protectorate. With the exception of the diplomatic relationship with the foreign powers, the Spanish High Commissioner enjoys in Spanish Morocco practically the same almost unlimited powers as does the French Resident General in the French Protectorate. In the same way, the Khalifa in Tetuan plays the part of the Spanish protected monarch and is invested with all the paraphernalia of an Oriental sultan. Even the imperial parasol is carried above his head on state occasions, and except in name he is a sovereign. It has been the policy of both France and Spain to dissociate, in fact, while preserving in form, the two governments of the French Protectorate and of the Spanish Zone. This system of splitting up into spheres of influence a country which, while nominally one, forms as a matter of fact different political and administrative entities, is not one that can be recommended. More especially is this the case where, as in Morocco, it was done without consultation with the ruler or the people of the country, and introduces frontiers that only to a very small extent are based upon natural or physical features, frontiers that pass through unexplored and unknown districts. An imaginary line was drawn from point to point, often varying with the supposed contour of the country, and the tribes through whose territory this arbitrary frontier passed were told that the inhabitants who lived to the north were subject to Spanish administration, while those to the south fell in the French Protectorate. Naturally, this delimitation required, as the country became better known, considerable readjustment. But even today there are districts on both sides of the frontier which are still unoccupied by the French or the Spaniards, and which are still almost unexplored, though the campaign of the spring and summer of 1926 has done much to open up the country in question. Had the Spaniards in the past shown in their administration of the Muslim population of their zone a skill equal to that of the French, the situation in their zone would have been solved long ago. There is no need to describe here the admirable work that the French have accomplished under Marechal Lyautey. It is an achievement that is perhaps unrivalled in the annals of African administration. The Spaniards have, until lately, been less fortunate. Their intentions have been of the best, but they have been hampered by want of previous experience, by sacrificing practical results to an exaggerated sentiment of amour propre, by disorganization, and by lack of imagination. But the events of this year, 1926, have entirely changed the situation, and Spain of today, after a great effort admirably performed, can look forward with justifiable hope to a period of peace and prosperity. No chapter that deals with the situation of France and Spain in Morocco would be complete without some mention of Tangier, which, with its little hinterland of about 200 square miles, forms the third zone of Morocco. It has already been pointed out in the various treaties and agreements that had been come to between the governments of the various powers interested in Morocco, and in the Treaty of the French Protectorate itself, that there had been inserted clauses which determined that the status of Tangier was to be settled by ulterior arrangement. Tangier, for a century or more, has been the diplomatic capital of Morocco, in that it was the residence of the representatives of the foreign powers accredited to the sultans, whose policy it has always been to close the interior of their country to all foreign influence. Force of circumstances arising from questions of public order and hygiene, and from other causes, had not only brought about the regime of the capitulations, by which the subjects of the powers enjoyed the privilege of being under the jurisdiction of their respective consular authorities all over Morocco, but also special concessions in Tangier itself. The sultans from time to time had delegated to the foreign representatives at Tangier certain rights of participation in the local government. From this there grew up a sort of international regime, always, be it understood, under the sovereignty of the Sultan. It was on the existence and recognition of this regime that the British government, basing its policy on the great importance of the strategic position of Tangier, demanded its neutrality and its internationalization under a special status. It can be realized that the position of the population of Tangier, while awaiting the settlement of their fate, was no enviable one. Friction and obstruction reigned supreme, and the interests of its inhabitants and of the place itself were sacrificed to the pettiness of local jealousies. In 1913, however, a conference of the delegates of England, France, and Spain met at Madrid, but the resulting convention was still unratified when war broke out in 1914. It was not until 1923 that the question was reopened, and in October of that year a conference met at Paris. On December the 18th, a convention was signed and in due time ratified by the British, French, and Spanish governments. It was scarcely disputed at the time that this convention was more political than practical, and that its object was rather to rid the interested governments of a difficult and possibly dangerous question, than to discover a solution that would ameliorate the unhappy condition of Tangier and its population. A sufficient measure of goodwill and conciliation was exhibited in Paris to facilitate an arrangement within the limits of political exigencies. The three governments concerned considered that they could count upon the acquiescence and the support of the other signatory powers of the Algeciras Act in any decision that they might themselves arrive at. The Italian government had expressed a desire to participate in these deliberations, but its request was refused for reasons which, even if their legitimacy was evident, were neither quite reasonable nor quite wise. The convention signed in December 1923 was only officially brought into force in Tangier in June 1925, for many supplementary questions, such as the drawing up of the Sultan's dahirs and of the legal codes, had to be undertaken, matters of considerable labour. There is no need to do more than recall the outline of Tangier's status. The town and its zone of little more than 200 square miles in extent remain under the sovereignty of the Sultan of Morocco, who is represented in Tangier by the Mendub. The Mendub and his assistant officials have all but complete control of the native population, while the administration of the Islamic law is also placed under the Sultan's authority. The native population, both Moors and Jews, who form a large majority of Tangier's inhabitants, are thus, to all intents and purposes, withdrawn from the jurisdiction of the international administration and subjected to the government of the Sultan and of the French Protectorate, over which the Tangier administration has, of course, no control. The Moors and Jews have their Islamic and rabbinic courts, entirely apart from the Tangier government. The international civil and criminal codes are administered in mixed tribunals by judges of British, French, and Spanish nationality. The executive government of Tangier lies in the hands of an administrator and two assistant administrators. They are of French, British, and Spanish nationality. The public works are under the charge of a Spanish engineer, and the staffs of the various government officers are recruited from the many nationalities and several religions of Tangier, chosen for their qualifications. There is an international representative assembly, which is responsible for local legislation. This assembly is in turn subject to a committee of control, consisting of the consuls general of the adhering powers, whose duty it is to confirm the assembly's decisions, provided they are in accordance with the terms of the convention. The legislative assembly should, if fully constituted, consist of 26 members representing 8 nationalities, elected by their compatriots or nominated by their consuls general. As a matter of fact, the 2 Italian members and the American member have never been elected or nominated, as the respective governments of these countries have not yet recognized the new status. It is this refusal on the part of these 2 governments to acquiesce in the change of regime that is one of the principal obstacles to the success of Tangier's internationalization. There are, it is true, many other and serious drawbacks in the status itself, sufficient to retard the smooth working of so complicated a machine. One, and a very important one, though perhaps it was inevitable, is this isolation of the Moroccan subjects of Tangier under what amounts to the foreign control of the Sultan and of the French Protectorate government. The result of the abstention of Italy and America is this, that while the governments of Great Britain, France, Spain, the Netherlands, and Belgium, which are all represented today in Tangier by the consuls general, have recognized the new status and taken the necessary legal steps to place their nationals at Tangier under its jurisdiction, the subjects of Italy and of America, on the contrary, are not amenable to the new laws, and still enjoy the privileges, if such they can be described, of the old regime. That is to say, they have the benefit of the capitulations, and remain as formerly under the jurisdiction of the laws and consular courts of their respective states. The result, as can be realized, is one that cannot fail to cause difficulties, while it may at any moment cause danger, and it does away with all principles of equality of treatment. It had been argued, and with reason, that, quite apart from the abstention of certain powers, the difficulties with which Tangier's new government finds itself confronted arise more largely from the situation which existed in Morocco when the convention was drawn up, and the restrictions that this situation imposed upon the negotiators, than from the imperfections in the status itself. There were acquired rights which could not be disregarded. There were claims justified and unjustifiable. There were political, strategical, and commercial requirements, and above all, the foundation on which the new structure had to be raised was the corrupt system already in existence. Again, the whole question of Tangier had already been greatly influenced by its geographical position. The situation of the town on the narrow straits that unite the Mediterranean and the Atlantic is almost unique in its advantages, lying as it does on the high road of shipping, at the point where Europe and Africa are nearest. Yet it has been largely this natural advantage that has done so much to ruin Tangier, for it has given the place a strategical value of such importance as to awaken the jealousies and suspicions of the European powers. Its possession by such a weak authority, as was the Sultan of Morocco, before the introduction of the French Protectorate, that gave certain governments of Europe a wonderful opportunity for protracted intervention, and they were not slow to seize it. From 1912, when Morocco was definitely split up into French and Spanish spheres, Tangier and its little zone have been isolated, and they remained on under the corrupt Moorish regime, rendered still more injurious by the constant diplomatic obstruction to all improvement. Geographically, Tangier is part of the Spanish zone, and geographically the two should have remained inseparable. There were practical and political reasons why this was not possible, just as there were reasons why Tangier could not have been attached to the French Protectorate. Nevertheless, the stroke that rendered Tangier independent of the Spanish zone deprived it of its hinterland and its means of livelihood, and Spain of this most valuable outlet to the sea for her African sphere. It has often been asked why Tangier was not included in either the Spanish or French zones, or a mandate given to England for its administration. The answer is simple. Neither England nor France could afford to see the other installed there. The same difficulty did not exist in the case of Spain, for she already owned the northern shore on the straits, with the exception of Gibraltar, and was already destined to command most of the southern shore. It was considered, however, expedient that Spain should not be permitted to include Tangier within the limits of her zone. The reason was that, although Spanish possession of the place was not itself a menace to England or to France, a combination of Spain and Germany was always possible as a set-off to the, at that date, newly formed entente between England and France. Happily, Spain is today a firm and valuable friend to the two entente powers. In the autumn of 1926, when the conclusion of the Rif War had brought peace in all the region of the Spanish zone that is in touch with Tangier, General Primo de Rivera, Marqués de Estella, President of the Spanish Council, claimed from the French and English governments the incorporation of Tangier in the Spanish zone, or failing that solution, a mandate for its administration from the League of Nations. Neither claim was acceptable to the two governments concerned, but it was allowed that Spain's position justified a certain predominance in Tangier and its zone, and preliminary conversations were proposed between Paris, London, and Madrid for the purpose, 1. of obtaining Italy's adherence to the 1923 Convention, which it was at the same time proposed to modify, and 2. to discuss in what form certain privileges in the administration could be delegated to Spain within the scope of existing treaties. Such was the situation at the date of the writing of these words. September the 26th, 1926. End of section 1. Section 2 of France, Spain, and the Rif, Part 1, by Walter Burton Harris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alistair. Chapter 2a, The Rif. No description of the Rif, no account of recent events in that country, would be complete without some reference to the Berber race to which its inhabitants belong, and of which they form so characteristic and so typical an example. Recent studies, though still in their infancy, have done much to throw light upon these most interesting people who have played and will continue to play in the history of Morocco so important a part. It is only lately that it has been generally realized, if in fact it is generally realized, that the majority of the population of Morocco is not of Arab origin. In certain districts, and those the most accessible, there are found tribes of Arab descent, though even there, seldom unmixed with Berber blood. They are the offspring of the invaders of AD 681 and 707, or of the later Arab immigrants of the 11th century. There are, and can be, no precise estimates of the relative importance of the natives of Berber and Arab origin respectively, but the latest to hand, drawn up with care and after much inquiry, gives the following numbers. Population of Morocco, 4 million. Pure Berbers, 1,750,000. Slightly Arabicized Berbers, 1 million. Arab origin, 1,250,000. That is to say, a total Berber stock of 2,750,000 against 1,250,000 natives of Arab origin. In the Spanish zone of Morocco, of which the total population is estimated at 766,000, the numbers, included in the above, are as follows. Pure Berber, 397,000, with 250,000 of those in the Rif. Arabicized Berbers, 369,000. The ignorance which formerly existed on the subject of the vast numerical superiority of the Berber race in Morocco was no doubt largely owing to the fact that these tribes had been driven, or had retired, into the remoter districts of the country, and that they were inhospitable, refusing all intercourse with the stranger or foreigner, as in the Sus and the Rif. It must not be forgotten that until very recent years, Morocco closed its doors to almost all outside influence, and that it was the policy of the sultans and of the Magzen, and not only that of the tribes, to hold themselves aloof from the world. Thus information as to the population of the country was scant. The Moors themselves had no interest in statistics, and no system of controlling information. They were generally as ignorant of the details of their territory as they were of the geography of other lands. They had some general idea of direction and distances, measured by time, but what lay between the caravan tracks they neither knew nor cared much. It was sufficient that as a rule the state of security on the roads left much to be desired, while away from them, as often as not, there was none. The Berber tribes were often almost as inhospitable to the Arab as they were to the foreigner. Even in Europe, beyond a vague outline of tribal geography and the itineraries of certain travellers, there was a complete lack of detailed information about any but the most accessible regions. To the coast town the Berber came in search of work, or, in the case of the Sussis, as petty shopmen, but as a rule he spoke Arabic and became merged in the town population. The foreign resident, at least, scarcely distinguished the two races, except perhaps that the Berber was the better workman. Even the early geographers and historians, Ibn Khaldun and Leo Africanus, do not seem to have fully appreciated the dissimilarity of the Berber and Arab races. As early as those days, the inaccessibility of the country the Berber tribes inhabited, their mistrust of the stranger, their desire to maintain their independence, and this has been the determining feature in all their history, and the constant state of intertribal warfare in which they have existed, have all tended toward ignorance of their status and of their country. Until a very few years ago, the Europeans who had succeeded in penetrating into the Berber regions of Morocco were few and far between. One or two had been able to visit the cedar forests that lie to the south of Fez. A few had travelled in the southern Atlas, and pushed on into the Sus, or to Tafilelt. And that was almost all. This refusal to receive strangers into their country was not, as was often thought, due to religious fanaticism, but to political distrust, to vague traditions of past invasions and of wars with European peoples, and to fears for the future. The Berber mentality is closely allied to that of European races, and they seem always to have realized that once their resistance to exterior influences was broken down, their independence would be lost. They held and hold their independence very dear, not perhaps from any spirit of racial patriotism, for Berber patriotism seldom extends beyond tribal limits, but from a rooted and innate detestation of all authority outside that exercised by their own democratic and local organization. While the Arabs have turned toward autocracy, the Berbers are democrats in spirit and in practice. Before, however, the subject of Berber organization is touched upon, and some words on that question are necessary to explain the progress of Abdelkrim's campaign in the Rif, mention must be made of what is known or surmised as to the origin of the Berber race of Morocco. Many theories have from time to time been put forward on this subject, but that which is now most generally accepted, and which recent investigation seemed to warrant, is that the Berbers of Morocco are descendants of a white Mediterranean people, who were in all probability also the ancestors of the Celts, with whom they have much in common. The type, often described elsewhere as the Celtic type, is still found amongst a number of the Berber tribes. Red-bearded and light-eyed natives are common in the Rif, and amongst the Jabala tribes, and even in the Middle Atlas to the south of Fez and Taza. But this type is not by any means universal, for there exists alongside it, but curiously distinct, another and quite different one. This is represented by the darker Berbers, with their curious fringe of beard and more sturdy build. Yet today, so closely are these two types allied in custom, habits, language, and religion, that except for the marked dissimilarity of feature, they would be undistinguishable. It is clear that the origin of this latter type is other than that of the white European race, and it is generally supposed not without adequate reason, that they are descendants of an Oriental Semitic people who at some early period immigrated into Morocco. Their resemblance to the early Assyrian has often been remarked. Until further researches have been made, and the want of monuments renders research arduous, little more can be said at present as to the origin of the Berbers. Even when an historical period is reached, there is a great scarcity of sources of information, owing not a little to the fact that, just as is the case today, these people held themselves aloof from intercourse with the foreigner, and in a state of complete independence. This secluded existence has, however, helped to preserve their customs and traditions, which even the various religions they have at times adopted and discarded have but little affected. While want of contact with the outside world has retarded progress amongst them, it has at the same time preserved many of their original characteristics, with the result that today the Berbers exhibit traces of a highly organized tribal administration, mixed with every form of superstition and many relics of barbarism. Attempts have been made to arrive at a conclusive opinion as to the original grouping of the Berber tribes of Morocco, although owing to intermarriage and migration, and probably also to warfare, this grouping can no longer be said to exist. There is little doubt that there were in Morocco 3 divisions of the Berber race. They are 1. The Masmuda, including the Homara, 2. The Zenata, and 3. The Sinhaja. The tradition of their descent from one or other of these sections is still current amongst the tribes. The Riffis, with whom we have principally to deal with, trace their origin as follows. The eastern Riffi tribes claim to be descendants of the Zenata people, and still speak a dialect that points to that origin. The central and western tribes state that they are of Homara, Masmuda, descent, while certain mountain districts of the Rif, and probably the whole of the Jabala, are of Sinhaja stock. What was the reason or origin of those great divisions of the Berber people? It is more than probable that they originated in a political instinct of balance of power rather than any racial separation. We find even today amongst the tribes a system of federation, and on a larger scale of tribal alliance, which undoubtedly exists for this purpose. These are the Sofs and the Lefs, of which some mention must be made. While the word Sof is applied to each of the 2 politically rival parties existing in the same village or district, the Lef has a larger extension and signifies an entente between tribes or portions of tribes for the purposes of common association, protection, or even aggression. There is usually an oath of fidelity demanded and given. On the whole, they tend toward the maintenance of peace. The Lef can, under certain circumstances, be abandoned, but is generally of a certain duration. A number of the original Lefs of the Berber tribes disappeared on the occupation of Morocco by the French, to reappear in a vastly larger form as an anti-French Lef, an alliance for the purpose of protecting themselves against foreign aggression. In the formation of these new Lefs, old quarrels and blood feuds disappeared, and the tribes, from time immemorial at enmity, joined the new entente. In the course of time, intermarriage and association between the 3 great divisions of the Berbers, Masmuda, Zenata, and Sinhaja, may have destroyed their individuality. It may have been, too, that the political situation no longer necessitated the maintenance of this balance of power, and that, in the face of a common enemy, the Arab invader, and to a certain extent the European, they broke down the barrier of their separatism, and merged into a larger federation. It must not be forgotten that since the early immigration of an Oriental Semitic race and its intermarriage with the white Mediterranean people who then inhabited Morocco, there have been other, but less important, introductions of foreign blood. The Romans are known to have mixed freely with the inhabitants of the country. It was they who introduced Christianity among the pagan and Jewish Berber tribes, with such success that as late as the 11th century of our era, there were still Christian communities existing in the Rif, no doubt either descendants of the Romans themselves, or of the Berbers they converted. On several occasions while travelling amongst the Berber tribes, I have heard the natives claim, with some show of pride, Christian origin. It would appear that, converted as they undoubtedly were, they were never slow to lose an opportunity to adopt unorthodoxy, and were readily persuaded to become adherents to any new sect or schism that might arise, a propensity arising from their rooted dislike to authority, even on matters of faith. The same inclination is clearly apparent today, although they are now, of course, professed Muslims. Hesitating to seek another god, they stray far and wide in search of other manifestations, which accounts for their predilection for a multitude of saints, dead or alive, and their readiness to embark on mysticism by becoming members of religious brotherhoods. This is especially remarkable in the Rif. It is more than possible that in this manner they have been able to maintain their manifestly pagan traditions by decking them out in Muslim raiment, even though thoroughly unorthodox. The tomb of the Mohammedan saint merely covers for them some sacred spot, holy by tradition, and dating far earlier than Muslim times. The hollow rock, the tree covered with its ex-voto rags, the sacred pool full of fat fish, or water tortoises, known today as dedicated to the memory of some Muslim divine, is still to the Berber the haunt of the spirits which his ancestors worshipped, and which he still reverences. His words invoke the Muslim saint, his heart implores the aid of the pagan spirit. There is no doubt that where Islam was forcibly spread, amongst them they purposely chose as the place of sepulture of the doctors of the law and of the descendants of the Prophet, the spots which in their eyes were already hallowed, the dwelling places of their pagan gods. The introduction of all new faiths has required the construction of mental bridges to lead the faithful across. The Jewish conversion of the Berbers, dating from the 2nd century AD, preceded the introduction of Christianity and appears to have been largely successful. It began by an important movement of immigration, which was repeated in the 5th century, when a large number of Jews accompanied the Vandals on their invasion of Morocco. They settled and proselytized among the Berbers. Although under the influence of Islam, Christianity entirely disappeared amongst the tribes. Judaism held its own, and there still exist in the southern Atlas little Israelite communities which, except for a few details of dress, cannot be distinguished from their Islamic Berber neighbours. It is interesting to know that the Berber tendency towards unorthodoxy in every faith they have ever adopted is still to be found amongst these Jews, and that their doctrines are looked upon askance by the learned rabbis of the Moroccan cities, in all of which there are Jewish communities. In the towns of the interior, many of the Jews are also of Berber origin, while those of the coast, and to a certain extent of the larger interior cities, are the descendants of the exiles from Spain and Portugal. Roman blood must still flow in certain districts, and the tradition of Roman descent is still found in those regions. It has left, however, no distinguishable trace, though Roman features are not uncommon. Not so the Negro blood, which from the introduction of slaves has tainted certain Berber regions. For example, the tribes of the far south. Even in the Middle Atlas, and, though much more rarely, in the Rif itself, the presence of black origin is apparent in individuals and even in families. The Berbers, however, seem to recognize it as a disparagement, and as a rule avoid intermarriage with slaves. In many respects, the Berbers of Morocco are more pagan than Muslim, though they would be shocked if told so. They have adopted but little of the Quranic law, in spite of the divine origin of that sacred book in the eyes of Mohammedans, and they depend for their legislation, administration, and customs upon oral traditions. In many cases, such as the refusal to admit the inheritance of property by women, they deliberately ignore the Islamic law. It is a curious fact that although their womenkind are deprived of this right of inheritance, in other respects they enjoy privileges quite unknown amongst the Arab inhabitants of the country. The Berber women go unveiled and mix and converse on terms of equality with the men. Often the influence of individual women is very great in the family, and even in the tribe. During one of my visits to the Beni Matir tribe, before the introduction of the French protectorate, their Kaid, Akka, was called away to visit some other tribe to which the Beni Matir were united by Lef. In his absence, his mother, an old Berber woman, took his place and governed the tribe, sitting in justice in the great black tent of her son. Her word was law. It is seldom, too, that the Riffi marries more than one wife. In fact, monogamy is general throughout the Berber tribes. The Riffis themselves have a proverb which states that the wife is the beam which supports the roof of the house. The relatively superior position which women enjoy amongst the Berbers is but one of the many examples of the manner in which heredity, custom, and tradition have impeded the introduction of Islamic tenets. In certain things the precepts of the Quran are observed. Most Berbers keep the fast of Ramadan. It would seem that the distinction between what they accept and what they refuse is based upon the following principle. Ordinances which are religious only and not in opposition to inherited custom are observed, while those which are contrary to tradition are disregarded. Yet to all outward and visible appearance, the Berber appears more devout than the Arab. There are more mosques in the Jabala region than in any other in Morocco. There is not a village that does not possess one. There is not a hamlet where at the regular hours the call to prayer is not heard. Generally consisting of thatch huts resembling the humble cottage of the mountaineer or villager, without a minaret or any sign of their religious dedication, these little country mosques are respected and kept in repair by the village community. They serve not only as places of prayer, but also as village schools, and from far and wide boys are sent to the mountain districts for their education, that is to say, to acquire a more or less proficient knowledge of the Quran. It requires, however, only a short visit to any of those regions, more particularly if that visit is made in summer, to discover that parallel with strict religious observance there is a strain of undisguised paganism, which in many cases the inhabitants do not even attempt to disguise under the cloak of Islam. Pilgrimages to holy springs and to groves of trees are of common occurrence. Women who are barren pass through a narrow passage between rocks. Persons who are bitten by a mad dog swallow a hair from its tail in a glass of water drawn from a sacred spring. Children who are sick are held in the branches of mystic trees. Often enough, the name of a Moorish saint is invoked, but these rites are far removed from the tenets of Orthodox Islam. Besides these local places of pilgrimage, there are also the tombs of important personages, who either from the role they played in the history of the country, or from their religious prestige, have been raised to a state of sanctity. Some have been the founders of the many sects that exist in Morocco, which, though quite unorthodox in teaching and in practice, are reverenced by large numbers of people. Their zawiyas, centres of their religious teaching, are sanctuaries for the criminal, as well as places of pilgrimage and instruction. The Rif has been particularly under the influence of these sects, and throughout their country there are found a large number of these zawiyas, representing for the most part either the Tabia sect of the Sharifs of Wazan, or the Iriffiyen family of Akamlich, both of which cults have played an important political part in Riffiyen affairs. But the pagan rites still practiced in the Rif and Jabala districts are not limited to these pilgrimages to saints' tombs and holy places. The tribes still retain, without any glamour of Islamic disguise, many of their primitive customs and traditions. Their pre-Muhammadan origin is clearly demonstrated by the fact that the seasons of the year at which these rites are practiced depend upon the Julian or solar calendar, whereas all Islamic feasts and functions follow the lunar system. The state of inaccessibility in which the tribes have maintained themselves has prevented any intensive study of their folklore and customs, but it seems clear that their original religion consisted, like that of nearly all primitive peoples, in the worship of the spirits of nature. The superstitions and traditions of the Berbers of Morocco can be traced to two origins. The earlier, the very primitive cult of magic, by the practice of which they sought desired results, and secondly, the cult of spirit worship. In the former there are a number of surviving examples in ceremonies and acts which are still performed for the obtaining of rain. In the Rif, a large wooden spoon, the Tahonja, is decked out as a female doll and led in procession to Anzar, her fiancé, who however seems to be allowed no material representation. This is but one example of the many rites practiced for this purpose. Nearly all the ceremonies are agrarian, as might be expected in an agricultural country, and are seemingly based on the belief that the benefits of heaven showered upon the earth depend upon figurative marriage, the law of creation. Sacrifices and processions for the same purposes are common, and cultivated fields, newly dug wells, and the foundations of buildings are sprinkled with blood, preferably that of a black he-goat or a black cock. The Junun, a vast race of spirits, are feared or respected by the people, and acts dedicated to their propitiation are in constant practice. Their leaders are often mentioned by name, and a certain Ali el Hiaut is said to be their king. The grottos and caves which give ingress to the kingdom of the Junun are often visited for purposes of sacrifice or consultation with the inmates. There are good and bad Junun, and they even profess different religions, believers and infidels, Muslims, Christians and Jews. To the Berbers, the Junun have a very real existence, and enter into constant contact with mankind. While there are nomad and semi-nomad Berber tribes in central Morocco, and across the Atlas, and in the region of Oujda to the east, the population of the Rif and Jabala country is sedentary. The nature of the land inhabited would prevent their being anything else, even if they had a propensity to wander. Their villages usually consist of clusters of thatched houses, many only of one room, others of several rooms built round an open court. The walls are low, and thatch overhangs them, so that little of the masonry is visible. To enter one must stoop. Inside, however, there is at times a measure of comfort, and, where means allow, even of comparative luxury, for the Berber is a lover of his home, which he decorates as far as his scanty means allow, and the rude exterior of these roughly thatched huts, for they appear as little more, is often in astonishing contrast to what is found within. Cleanliness is nearly universal in these interiors. In the Rif, particularly in its eastern part, the villages consist of detached flat-roofed buildings scattered amongst the fields and orchards, but these, it would appear, are inhabited only by the richer class, the owners of agricultural land. For the rest, their habitations are poorer than amongst the Jabala, and their dwellings inferior in construction, cleanliness, and comfort. The Rifis are certainly less civilized than the Jabala. They have lived in a perpetual state of war, now and again against a common enemy, the Sultan at times, but more often amongst themselves, tribe against tribe and family against family. The Rifi will abandon everything in the pursuit of vengeance, just as he will sacrifice everything to have the wherewithal to buy a rifle. Peace seldom reigns for more than a few months at a time. If a quarrel does not exist, a pretext is found for instituting one. The blood feud is universal. There is no pardon and no mercy, nothing but hate and treachery, and death in the pursuit of revenge. Even religious ceremonies and tribal festivities are often interrupted by murder. I have known whole families treacherously massacred at a feast of reconciliation. The Sheikh Duas of Enjeda murdered his rival Daylan and his 4 sons while seated partaking of his hospitality in his own guest room. A volley was fired by his retainers from without the door and windows, and the deed was accomplished. A nephew of Daylan alone survived. He took to the mountains, and from time to time waylaid the members of the enemy family. He shot Sheikh Duas himself on his way to the market, and one by one he wiped out his sons and relatives. Alone, lying long in wait, he killed 8 members of the hated class, before he himself fell a victim to the rifle of a member of the Duas family. The Rifis boast that few of their countrymen grow old, and that not many reach middle age. And yet, away from their own country, they are quite docile workmen, trusting and trustworthy, full of sentiment, and if treated with sympathy, they become devoted servants and friends. But often the spirit of revenge will return. A duty has to be performed, a vengeance to be carried out. Armed with his rifle, the Rifi, full of apologies, goes off. Sometimes he returns. Often nothing more is heard of him. Never, probably, in the history of their country, have the Rifis abandoned their quarrels and stayed their vengeful hands as they have done during this late campaign against France and Spain. Tribes whose animosity was a byword, whose hatred was proverbial, made peace in order to obey, and to obey blindly, the first Riffi who has ever been able to unite them, Abd el-Krim. Generally speaking, the Riffi is extremely poor. In no part of Morocco is life more difficult. Hard and inured to suffering, by nature cruel, poorly and insufficiently clad, ill-nourished, lacking even the most modest comforts of life, the Riffi has nevertheless maintained his independence, and by undoubted force of character, and of dogged determination, has kept the foreigner and the stranger from his door. He has never until today been conquered, and today it has taken the armies of two great powers, France and Spain, to invade his country, and at what cost in life and money? Cruel, stubborn, and courageous, the Riffi has for centuries resisted all foreign influence. Has he benefited by it? It is very doubtful, and it is not difficult to imagine his lot a far happier one in the future than it has been in the past. The only peace they have ever known has been outside their own country. From childhood the Riffi boy is taught to make war and to hate. The children have the look of frightened eaglets, suspicious but out for blood. The first thing a boy learns is who are his father's enemies, and to handle a knife and rifle. He has no chance of cultivating finer feelings, though they are not absent from his nature. They come of a white race. They have many of the sentiments of white men, warped by generations of suffering and hate. They are lovers of poetry and music, and romance plays no little part in their lives. Their outlook toward womankind is that of Europe rather than that of Africa. Hard as the women have to work in the Rif, they are respected. The standard of morality is high. The punishment of adultery is death. By instinct, honest and moral, though treacherous when in search of revenge, they seek, once away from their country, opportunities to prove their fidelity. They settle down to the most modest situations, and remain long in the same service. They have no spirit of fanaticism, and are more trusting of Christians and Jews than they are of their own people. The question of divergence of faith means little or nothing to them. They one and all deprecate the manners and customs, and the cruelty of their countrymen. Yet, when the call comes, they go back. Tradition and the honour of the tribe, or family, is too deeply embedded to be cast off so easily. The language spoken by the Riffis is Tamazight, the Berber tongue, though the Riffi dialect differs in many respects from those spoken in central and southern Morocco. It is, no doubt, the language of the Semitic race which at some very early period migrated from the east, and, intermarrying with the white Mediterranean people of Morocco, formed the Berber stock. The language of the earlier inhabitants has entirely disappeared without leaving any discoverable trace. How came it that the tongue of these immigrants of new blood so entirely replaced that of the white people? The resistance of the fair type, still so common among the Riffis, would appear to prove that numerically the invaders were in a minority. Possibly the newcomers brought with them a new civilization and new religious beliefs, the adoption of which, and of the words to express them, necessitated the introduction of new terms and new expressions. All that remains today of the original race is its type, and the cromlechs they no doubt erected. The Berber language is not today written in any part of Morocco, nor have inscriptions yet been found in that script. In order to express themselves in writing, they have to adopt the Arabic characters. End of section 2. Section 3 of France, Spain, and the Rif, Part 1, by Walter Burton Harris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alistair. Chapter 2b, The Rif. Of the ancient history of the Rif, very little is known. The tribes which inhabited it probably were much as we know them now, determined to prevent the installation of the foreigner in their country, distrustful and treacherous. Neither the Phoenicians nor the Romans seem ever to have succeeded in penetrating inland, though they had settlements on the coast. Of this the earliest was Rushadir, the modern Melilla, renowned for the export of honey, which, till modern times, replaced sugar, and was an important article of commerce. The Rif honey has always been celebrated, and is still exported in small quantities to other parts of Morocco. The town of Badis, of which the ruins still exist on the Hamara coast, was at one time in Roman occupation, and reached a certain importance in Arab history. When, in the 7th and 8th centuries of our era, the Arabs invaded Morocco, they found the Rif peopled by two Berber stocks of Hamara, Masmuda, and Sinhaja, for it was not until the 13th century that the Zenata incursion took place. The first Islamic state that existed in Morocco was in the tribe of Temsa men in the Rif, where a lieutenant of Musa bin Nasir, by the name Salah ben Mansur el-Himyari of the Yemen, installed himself and obtained a charter of his rights from the Umayyad Sultan of Damascus in the year 710. El-Bakri refers to the population of that region as having been converted at that period to Islam. This small independent kingdom lasted 50 years, and its collapse seems to have immediately followed the pillage of its town of Nekor by the Normans in 760. In 1015 the Fatimids took the place by storm, and it was eventually destroyed by Yusuf ben Tashfin in 1084 during his conquest of northern Morocco. He was the first ruler who can claim to have brought the Rif into the empire of the Sultans of Morocco. In 1142 the Rifi tribes recognized the Almohad Sultan Abd el-Mumin ben Ali, but in the following year they rebelled, and the Sultan was forced to lead an expedition in person to crush the revolt. The reconquest of the Rif took several years. A large number of Rif tribesmen took part in the invasion of Spain. They were present at the victory of Alacos in 1195, and at the defeat of Navas de Tolosa in 1212. But their attention was soon turned to events nearer home, for in 1216 the invasion of their country by Abdel-Hak ben Maju, a Zenata chieftain, and a crushing defeat of the tribesmen in Batawa, near the Wad Nekor, brought them under the domination of the Merinids, Beni Merin. Their rule, however, was no easy one. Revolts were common, and in 1287 Badis, the principal town and port of that part of North Morocco, was sacked by a revolted tribesman and his bands. His rebellion was suppressed, and the rebel's head was exhibited in all the towns of Morocco, as far south as Marrakesh. It was the arrival of the Christians upon the coasts of Morocco that brought the Rif into historical prominence. In 1415 the Portuguese had taken possession of Ceuta. In 1458 they had landed at Alcazar Sarria on the Angera coast of the Straits of Gibraltar, and in 1471 Tangier and Azila had fallen into their hands. Stirred by the successes of their neighbours, the Spaniards in turn sent expeditions across the Mediterranean. In 1496 they took Melilla, and in 1508 they occupied the Peñon de Villers, opposite Badis on the Hamara coast. In 1664, after more than a century of anarchy, the throne of Morocco passed into the hands of the present Alawite dynasty, and Mulai Rashid became the first sultan of that line. By 1680 the Rif seems to have entirely passed under the rule of the new dynasty, and furnished the main part of the troops with which Mulai Rashid in 1684 occupied Tangier after the departure of the British, who had been for 22 years in possession of the place, which formed part of the dowry of Catherine of Braganza, on her marriage to King Charles II. Larache was wrested from the Portuguese in 1689, and Azila in 1690, and Mulai Rashid's authority was sufficiently established to allow him to turn his attention to other parts of Morocco. A revolt of the Rif occurred during the lifetime of his successor, Mulai Abdullah ben Ismail, and was not repressed until 1743, when the rebel leader, the Pasha Ahmed bin Ali, who had succeeded in raising all the northern Jabala tribes, was defeated and killed at Alcazar. But the Rifis could not long remain tranquil. Their hate of all authority was unquenchable, and more than once in the succeeding years the sultans had to send expeditions into the country. In the opening years of the 19th century, on no less than 4 occasions the Sultan, Mulai Suleiman, was forced to invade the Rif in 1802, 1810, 1812, and 1813. The last of these expeditions he commanded in person. It was entirely successful, and the Rifis were severely punished. For nearly a century they remained quiet, recognizing the authority of the sultans, but at the same time asserting to a large measure their own independence. It was an incident which occurred in 1893, the reported desecration of the tomb of Sidi Araish by the Spaniards, that set the Rif ablaze once more, and necessitated the presence of an army of 20,000 Spaniards at Melilla. The Rif is in its origin a geographical term, although in Morocco, in the process of time it has acquired a wider signification, in that it is now applied to all the country inhabited by the so-called Rifi tribes. The Arabic word Rif, in its literal form, implies an edge or a border, and is still in use in other parts of Morocco in that sense. For instance, the outer circle of the tents of the Sultan's camp was always known as Rif. As is so often the case among Arabic-speaking peoples, the word has taken different meanings in different countries. Whereas in Arabia the term Rif infers cultivated land, though not losing the significance of a strip or border, in Egypt it is used to describe the banks of the Nile. In Morocco its geographical origin was its application to the seaboard of the Mediterranean, without any reference to cultivation or fertility. From being originally a geographical expression, it gave its name in time to the Berber tribes who inhabited that region, who in turn passed it on to a far larger district than its original significance warranted. As the groups of coast tribes increased or migrated or federated, they carried with them their acquired title of Rifis. Thus, the Rif today is best, though perhaps unorthodoxly, described as being the country held by a group or groups of Berber tribes speaking the Rifi dialects of the Tamazight language. Though technically fault may be found with this definition, it is undoubtedly the best suited for all ordinary purposes, and politically, if not geographically, correct. The name Rif as applied to this region of Morocco has no great antiquity. Neither Ibn Hawqul nor El-Bakri, who wrote in the 10th and 11th centuries respectively, mention it, though the latter gives a list of the towns therein situated, and it was probably not till the advent of European invaders and pirates that the name was introduced. It has been suggested that it was applied in its military significance, the Rif coast being considered an outline of defence for the interior of the country, the northern point of resistance against any attack on Fez. In any case, no Berber origin can be given to the name Rif, for it is an Arabic word, and could only have been introduced at the earliest in the first Arab invasion of Morocco in AD 707. El-Bakri, though not mentioning the Rif, writes of the neighbouring country of Hamara, confusing them in common origin. He gives the limits of the Hamara Federation as extending from a few miles to the east of Tangier to Teguises on the Mediterranean coast, about 40 miles southeast of Tetuan. The first mention of the name Rif is in a book written in the 14th century by Abdel Hak el-Badisi, who, as his name implies, was a native of the town of Badis, a town on the Hamara coast. He included in the Rif the entire coastal region between Ceuta and the present Algerian frontier. The Rord el-Kirtas, which dates from the same period, extends the Rif westward as far as Tangier. The author of this work does, however, make certain, though rather vague, distinctions between the Rif and Hamara. Ibn Khaldun, writing a century later, is still less definite, and Leo Africanus, at the end of the 15th and beginning of the 16th century, scarcely distinguishes between them. He writes, "A description of a Rif, one of the 7 regions of Fez. Westward this region beginneth near unto the Straits of Gibraltar, and extendeth eastward to the river of Nocor, which distance containeth about 140 miles. Northward it bordereth upon the Mediterranean Sea, and stretcheth 40 miles southward unto those mountains which lie over against Ouaga, and the territory of Fez. This region is very uneven, being full of exceeding cold mountains and waste deserts, which are replenished with the most beautiful and straight trees. Here is no corn growing. They have great store of vines, figs, olives, and almonds. The inhabitants of this region are valiant people, but so excessively given to drinking that they scarcely reserve the wherewithal to apparel themselves. Head cattle they have but few. Howbeit upon their mountains They have great plenty of goats, asses, and apes. Their towns are but few, and their castles and villages are very homely, built without any plantural stories, much like to the stables of Europe, and are covered with thatch or with the bark of trees. All the inhabitants of this region have the boils of their throat pipes very great, and are uncivil and rude people. It will be noted that Leo Africanus in the above description does not include only Homara, but also some of the Jabala tribes inhabiting the region of Tetuan. El-Bakiri, who wrote in the 11th century, gives a list of the tribes and towns, though, as already stated, he does not mention the word Rif. Of the places he describes, little but ruins remain today, though the names can still be recognized and in some cases are still in use. With few exceptions, the tribes occupy the same ground as they did in his time. The careful studies of the Direction des Affaires Indigènes of the French Protectorate government have led to the conclusion that the limits of the original Rif were as follows. On the west it bordered with the Hamara and extended eastward as far as the Wad Nakor, which flows into the Mediterranean in Al-Husemas Bay. The Rif, thus limited, contains the following tribes: Matiwa el-Bahar, Beni Sadat, Beni Kanas, Tarzut, Beni Bunissa, Beni Bufra, Beni Gamil, Targist, Beni Seteft, Beni Mesdoui, Beni Amat, Bukoya, and Beni Uria Gel. Although historically this limitation is correct, a large district to the east, part of what is known as Garet, has by the process of time come to be included in the Rif, and should today be considered as forming a portion of that country. It consists of the region lying between the Wad Nakor and the Wad Kurt, a distance along the coast of about 25 miles. The tribes inhabiting the country between the two rivers are Tempsemen, Beni Said, Beni Ulachek, Beni Tuzin, Tafasit, and Zanaya. In language, customs, and appearance, there is nothing to separate them from the tribes mentioned in El-Bakiri's designation of the Rif. But there is still another large district of Garet, lying again to the eastward, and extending as far as the mouth of the Maluya River, which to all intents and purposes today forms a part of the Rif. The tribes to be added to the lists already given are 6 more in number: Beni Sakar, Beni Buifru, Setut, Metalsa, Ulad bin Yahi, and Kebdana. To the south, the Rif today can be described as extending over all the Tamazight-speaking tribes as far as the Wurga Valley. It is with the Rif as thus defined, extending from the Maluya to the eastern borders of Hamara, and from the Mediterranean to the mountains that lie along the north bank of the Wurga, a total length of 120 miles, with an average width of 45 miles, that the French and Spaniards have had to deal in the recent war. The Rif is a country of high mountains, though in this respect none of the peaks reach the altitude of those of the Atlas further south. Probably the loftiest elevation is little over 7,000 feet above the sea level. The main chain of these mountains forms a crescent extending east and west, the 2 points reaching the coast in Homara, continuing towards Tetuan and Ceuta, and near Melilla. Jutting northward from the central part of this range are spurs which at several spots reach the sea, ending in bluff cliffs. The mountains are partially forested, but otherwise barren. Their steepness, their exposure, and the barrenness of the rocky surfaces render them, except on their lower slopes, unsuitable for cultivation. The valleys, on the contrary, are very fertile and of considerable agricultural value. Orchards of fruit trees and vines abound. Toward the sea, certain of the valleys widen, forming little plains of rich alluvial soil, renowned for their crops. It may be that the contrast between the inhospitable rocky hills and these oases of cultivation has given rise to an exaggerated reputation of the latter, as much for the charm and beauty as for the agricultural wealth, but the Riffi, and even the few and far between European travellers who have visited them are loud in their praises. There is certainly no region in Morocco better watered than are the valleys of the western part of the Rif, though eastward the rainfall is much less, and the country more arid. The shores of the Bay of Al-Husemas and the little plain which extends from the sea to the hills, watered by the Wad Nakor and the Wad Gis, are an example of the Rif at its best, and the native cultivates this rich district with ability and untiring labour. While the Arab is a determined destroyer of trees, the Riffi plants. He is by nature a gardener, and the majority of the orchards and gardens of Fez, and even Tangier, are tended by men of his race. As a labourer he is renowned, and a great number of these hard-working and industrious tribes migrate every year into Algeria, as well as into the agricultural districts of Morocco, to seek work in harvesting. Were it not for this source of supply, Western Algeria would suffer from a dearth of workmen. The Rif is quite incapable of supporting the population it contains, and its inhabitants are largely dependent upon the earnings of members of their families who migrate annually for a period of time. Many, either driven to do so by the poverty of their land, or to escape from the blood feuds which render the life of the Riffi so insecure, settle in other parts of the country, but so persistent is the type, they assimilate ill with the other tribesmen, and their families remain Riffis in appearance and in language, even after long spells of exile extending over several generations. With regard to climate, the different parts of the Rif vary largely. In the western districts, the rainfall is larger than in the eastern, whereas at Tetuan, 665 millimetres of rain fall in the year. Melilla receives only 465 millimetres. Further east again, near the mouth of the Wad Melilla, the yearly rainfall is only 340 millimetres, while 20 miles south of Melilla, in the interior of the Rif, it is as low as 315 millimetres. Celeria et Charton, in an interesting study of the Rif climate, divide the country into 4 climatic divisions of 1. Oceanic type, 2. Mountain type, 3. Mediterranean type, and 4. Semi-arid type. The first covers the Rif and Jabala country, which is exposed to and influenced by the Atlantic Ocean. The climate is described as much resembling that of Portugal. A rather prolonged period of rain, with a fall from 600 to 800 millimetres, and a dry summer. The temperature is mild, the humidity of the air considerable. The second category, mountain type, is confined to the higher ranges, where snow falls heavily in winter, and where the vegetation is scarce. The third, Mediterranean type, refers to the northern slopes of the mountains which face the sea along the Rif coast. Here, the influence of the Atlantic is found to be much diminished, and the dry season is more prolonged. The rainfall is less. The fourth, semi-arid type, corresponds with regions that fall under the influence of the Sahara, where the desert winds are felt. The annual rainfall descends to about 300 millimetres, with consequent aridity. The botany of the Rif has yet to be studied, and beyond the principal varieties of trees and shrubs, little is known. On the mountain tops of Hamara and in the Rif, the cedar flourishes. At a less altitude are found the cork oak and evergreen oaks, the Aleppo pine, the thuya, and juniper, the lentiscus and the myrtle. In the valleys, along the riverbeds, the willow, the poplar, and the tamarisk grow. It appears from the photographs taken from the air that the cedar forest, which commences on the Hamara Mountains to the south of the Wad Lao, extends throughout that tribe as far east as Targist in the central Rif. It is remarkable that many of the shrubs and plants, particularly the Cistus ladinifolius and varieties of heath, which flourish in these districts of the Spanish zone, are not found in the neighbouring French protectorate. But, as a general rule, it can be stated that the vegetation of the whole region north of the arc of the Iriffiyen Mountains is analogous to that of the Mediterranean shore of Spain. The explanation is not only the similarity of climate, but also the fact that in comparatively recent times, Andalusia and the Rif were connected. The Jabala Mountains, influenced by the Atlantic and Mediterranean slopes toward the north coast, have another aspect. The palmetto, Chamaerops humilis, abounds, interspersed with thyme, cistus of several varieties, and lavender. The higher hills are often covered with wild olives, lentiscus, and here and there with juniper and oaks. The most noticeable feature of the rivers of the Rif is the speed of their currents. They maintain, as a rule, right down to the sea, the impulsion they have received by their precipitous descent from the mountains. The melting snow and the action of sea cloud abundantly supply these streams, and the valleys of the Rif are well watered. Often they are torrents rushing through deep ravines. The same characteristics mark the rivers that flow southward to the Wurka and eventually to the Cebu. The whole of this part of North Africa, as also southern Spain, bears evidences of vast geological changes. The country seems to have taken its present formation at the end of the Tertiary period, previous to which the outlet of the Mediterranean into the Atlantic had been, first through Andalusia, following the present valley of the Guadalquivir, and later to the south of the Iriffiyen mountains, where now lies the Couloir de Taza, with its plain extending to the Algerian frontier. The Rif and the Iberian chain of southern Spain were one until a great subsidence tore them apart and opened up a new and deep channel, which is nowadays known as the Straits of Gibraltar. It is almost a shock to read in the work of an authority that, geologically, this rift was only a small accident. It seems, at all events, to have had some importance, and may perhaps have altered the history of the world. One is perhaps permitted to wonder whether, if suddenly the Straits of Gibraltar were filled up again, and Spain and Morocco joined, the accident would again be described as a small one. End of section 3. Section 4 of France, Spain, and the Rif, Part 1, by Walter Burton Harris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alistair. Chapter 3a, Spain in the Rif. It was during the first 2 years of this century that definite proposals for the splitting up of Morocco into French and Spanish spheres of influence were secretly put forward at Madrid by the French government. Although on that occasion the Spanish government hesitated to entertain the proposition, which they thought would meet with great opposition elsewhere in Europe, there is no doubt that the idea was viewed favourably. It was only, however, when Monsieur Delcasse, the French foreign minister, was able to give assurances that he had obtained the goodwill and consent of the British government that the Spaniards agreed. The Spanish government and army looked with distinct favour upon this proposed outlet for Spanish energies, though there was no doubt that public opinion was somewhat reluctant to embark upon any new colonial adventures. The Church was favourable to an extension of Spanish influence amongst the infidel Moors. The priests were ready enough to recall that Isabella la Católica had left in her testament an exhortation to pursue the spread of the true faith in Africa. To King Ferdinand, her husband, and to herself had been due the conquest of Granada and the principal acts of the overthrow of Islam in Spain, and it had been the Queen's one desire and prayer that the continuation of her crusade should not be abandoned. Times have changed since then, and even Catholic Spain has wisely refrained from dragging into Africa, in the train of her armies, a faith that has, to the Moors, always been connected with persecution and cruelty. In all their dealings in Morocco, the Spaniards have shown an admirable respect for the religion of the people, a policy that is much more likely to lead to results both practical and spiritual than would have any too loyal and too rigid a compliance with the testament of the Catholic Queen. But it was naturally in the eyes of the army that Morocco loomed the largest. The return of the Spanish garrisons of Cuba and the Philippines, after the conquest of those islands by America, had not only been a deep humiliation to those who had suffered defeat, but had also brought to light a shocking system of inefficiency and corruption. The loss of these colonies had taken away the last chances of active service abroad, and thus deprived the army of any opportunity of restoring the loss of prestige which the troops had suffered in that war. It seemed that all adventure outside Spain was at an end, and at an end, too, the opportunities for promotion and wealth which such adventure offered. The officers of the army could look forward to no more attractive career in the future than a dreary existence in Spanish garrison towns. There is no doubt that, while the loss of the colonies was in some quarters considered as a relief from an expensive incubus which had brought no profit and little honour, the fact that practically all Spain's overseas possessions had gone could not fail to stir up in the hearts of many Spaniards who were proud of the past history of their country a deep and bitter feeling of resentment and disappointment. It was the breaking of the last link that bound the mother country to those great days of conquest and adventure. Little by little in the past, the people of Central and South America had freed themselves from the Spanish yoke and determined to control their own destinies. State after state had taken the road to independence. The race, the language, the faith remained, but the rope that held them bound to the Spanish plough, so hard to pull, was severed. A new spirit, in a manner as Spanish as that of Spain, but born in a clearer atmosphere and in new surroundings, demanded a degree of liberty which the old country, with its overwhelming traditions, its retrograde policy, its intervention of a too conservative church in every branch of life, had so signally failed to provide. And now Cuba and the Philippines had gone too, and almost everything that Spain possessed outside Europe had been lost. To the Spaniard it was a period of bitter humiliation, for he knew that it was from the incompetence of his government that colony after colony had fallen away. It might have been wiser for Spain to have refused from the very beginning the invitation to engage in adventure in Africa. There are many Spaniards who thought so then and think so today, but the temptation was great. It was a little the temptation of the gambler to win back so much nearer home some compensation for what had been lost elsewhere. It had been a common argument in Spain that the colonies had gone because they were so far away. Morocco, on the contrary, was in sight of Spain. Only a few miles separated their shores. From Algeciras to Ceuta was an hour's passage. From Malaga to Melilla, a night at sea. In these circumstances the task would be easy. There was, too, another argument which was largely used by those who favoured the intervention of Spain in North Africa. It was discovered and cried from the housetops that the opposite Moroccan coast, unless occupied, was a perpetual menace and danger to the ports of southern Spain. It was pointed out that, in the hands of any other power, such facilities as this coast offered in bays and anchorages could be used as bases for attacks upon the ports, and more, if ever its permanent occupation by any other power than Spain should come about, the peninsula would be at its mercy. It became in a short time an article of belief that Spanish occupation of the north coast of Africa was essential in the interests of Spanish security. There were others who expected to see in this new burden that Spain was undertaking an undoubted and irretrievable weakness. It meant the splitting of her army in two, the division of her none too powerful fleet, and in the case of war, a position as disadvantageous as it was vulnerable. For nothing would be easier for any power possessed of ships than to cut all communication between the peninsula and Africa. When it is taken into consideration that the Spanish army in Morocco is dependent for everything, in places even for water, upon these communications, and is in an enemy country, for no matter how good actual relations may be, a foreign population in an Islamic country, if the power to which that population belongs is at war, must be so considered. The danger to which Spain rendered herself liable cannot be denied. Once her communications were cut, how long could the Spanish army in Africa hold out? If Spain were defeated elsewhere, what would be the fate of the Spaniards in Morocco? It is a problem that also affects France, but to a lesser extent. Still, it may be asked, what would happen in North Africa were France defeated in Europe and her communications cut? In one respect, her position would be vastly superior to that of Spain, for possessions of France in North Africa are self-supporting in as far as supplies are concerned, and her army would not be forced to capitulate or to dissolve for want of food. With that exception, perhaps, the problem is almost the same. The temptation to rid itself of a foreign dominating population in such circumstances would be almost more than any self-respecting Islamic people could resist. However excellent the rule instituted, however profitable the presence of the occupying power, the foreigner is always an invader and an infidel. There was one reason which could justifiably have influenced Spain to accept the offer of participation in Morocco. The Spaniards had confidence in their race. However effete their government may have been at that period, however corrupt municipal life, however inefficient the control, the individual Spaniard had not failed. Often hardly able to sustain life in his own country, where justice, education, and assistance were refused him, he emigrates abroad with little baggage or capital beyond his patience and his capacity for work. Away from Spain he succeeds, a skilful and untiring cultivator of the soil, thrifty and law-abiding. He has rendered the greatest service to Western Algeria and elsewhere. He settles on the land, identifies himself with his new country, and seldom returns to Spain. In Algeria, in the second generation, these Spanish colonists became French subjects. There is little amiss with the Spanish race, except that their government for many years has rendered it very difficult for the people to eke out even a bare livelihood in the country districts of their own land. It is only when they come in contact with the liberty of foreign administration that they have their chance. This chance they take and keep. They find abroad facilities for the education of their children, medical assistance, cooperation and opportunity, which have been so signally lacking in Spain. But the race, in spite of these drawbacks at home, has maintained its virility. There is no reason why, should Spanish administration be reformed and the abuses be stamped out, as it would seem they are being stamped out under the present regime, the Spaniard should not remain in his own country and bestow upon its cultivation and its improvement the effort he now makes, and so successfully, elsewhere. There is much to learn and much to forget. The reform must come from above. That it will come some day is certain. That the present effort, admirable though it has been, and is, will be entirely successful, is doubtful. The opposition and the acquired rights of corruption are perhaps too deeply embedded to be swept away by a change in the administration. It may mean more drastic measures, but one thing is certain: the Spaniard of the people will one day demand his rights. Today he has to seek them elsewhere, but a time is coming when he will claim them in his own country, for himself and for those for whom he lives and toils. Between his government and his church, he has experienced little happiness, little hope, and little charity. One day he will demand and take what has been so long withheld. By the Franco-Spanish arrangements of 1904, Spain undertook the responsibility of a sphere of influence in Morocco, for better or for worse. Few Spaniards realized then the whirlpools, the rocks, and the shallows that lay ahead. Had it been foreseen how stormy the voyage was to prove, not many probably would have urged so adventurous an undertaking. It has often been said that for colonization, or intervention in a foreign country, to be successful, it must be popular at home. It might be added that it must either promise distinct national advantages, or else the political designs that underlie the policy must be clothed and concealed in the immaculate raiment of philanthropic intention. If both can be arranged for, so much the better. But in the case of Spain it was difficult to urge either. That does not mean she was left without a slogan. For the army there was glory and promotion. For the Church, the carrying out of Isabella la Cattolica's testament. For the investor, the rumour of mines. For the politician, a multitude of advantages, and for the administration, a multitude of opportunities. And after all, the public was indifferent. There is no doubt that some forms of government, and especially bad government, are greatly facilitated by the indifference of the people. Decades of Spanish governments have waxed fat on public indifference. In Spain there was, too, at that moment, the reaction already referred to after the loss of the colonies. Would it not be possible to wipe out the humiliation of the past by inscribing a new page, and a glorious one, in the history of the country? Was it not a chance of proving to Europe, the spectator of the disasters, that Spain could rise again? No one can deny that she went to Africa ill-prepared. She had failed after the American War to clear up the mess at home and to bring to justice the perpetrators of the crimes that had so quickly led to her defeat. She went into Morocco with the evil traditions of her colonial policy unrejected, and continued to commit in Africa the faults that had led to her downfall elsewhere. The stories of the empty government stores in Cuba and the Philippines, and all the scandals of the administration at that period, were to be repeated after the disaster of Anual in 1921. The lesson that Spain should have learnt in Cuba and in the Pacific had been neglected. She had to pay the price in Africa. As long as her action there was restricted to the maintenance of sufficient breathing space round the ancient presidios of Ceuta and Melilla, there was little opposition in Spain. But in 1909, the opening of iron mines in the vicinity of the latter place, and the consequent difficulties with the natives, necessitated a military expedition on a considerable scale. It was not at first successful, and in a battle fought in sight of the town, the Spanish troops suffered a costly defeat. There was an instant outcry against these unprofitable adventures, which, it was claimed, were only undertaken in the interests of the proprietors of the mines in question and other profiteers. Even when the campaign was brought to a tolerably successful termination, public opinion continued disturbed. The people had begun to realize the cost in life and money of the task that Spain had undertaken in Africa. It was realized even then that rather than decrease as time went on, the burden would become more heavy and still more costly. The anxiety that the 1909 campaign awoke was both natural and justified. It had been made evident that the Riffi was a foe who was not to be despised. He fought stubbornly and with complete skill. He harassed and attacked from every side, yet scarcely ever exposed himself to view. He was courageous, but wasted neither life nor ammunition. He needed no transport, no commissariat. He possessed no hospital equipment, nor even medicines. He fought, as primitive man fought, with no impedimenta, but with the great advantage of the modern rifle. He was here today and gone tomorrow. Whence he came, or where he went, it was most difficult to discover. As a rule, he was present wherever an advantage could be taken, whether it was due to the nature of the country or to the passing of a convoy. Untrained except to shoot, but rich in the instinct of guerrilla campaigning, the Riffi enemy in 1909 gave a foretaste of the capacity and courage they were to show during the long years of subsequent warfare. It was no wonder that already at that date public opinion in Spain was not enamoured of the African war. It was realized that the fast-changing governments, overthrown by one another after short but bitter tussles, in which every kind of intrigue and reprehensible political strategy were exerted, had no fixed policy, if they had any policy at all, regarding Morocco. The people knew, too, that a profound ignorance of the question existed in the various departments that were charged with Spain's interests in Africa. They were aware that money was being wasted and was being misapplied. They suspected, and how truly, that the Rif was destined to become a vast military cemetery. It was this short but costly campaign of 1909, costly in both life and money, for it was accompanied by severe losses, and necessitated the presence in Melilla of a Spanish army of 20,000 men, that had opened the door of the Rif to the Spaniards. After centuries of imprisonment, for it can be described as naught else, within the fortifications of the town, they had at last been able to obtain a measure of breathing space outside the walls. 3 years later, the Franco-Spanish Treaty of 1912 confirmed their right to occupy, in the name and in the interests of the Sultan, the territory which fell to Spain's share in the division of the Moroccan spoils. The frontiers of the French protectorate and the Spanish sphere of influence, outlined in the 1904 agreement, were now delimited on paper, for the possibility of any delimitation in situ was out of the question, owing to the inaccessibility of the regions through which the frontier line passed, and to the hostility of the population. To the Spaniards, as to the French, the signing of this 1912 agreement was of considerable importance, for it legalized the already recognized position of both governments in Morocco, and put their future in that country on a basis of reality. The Spaniards were, however, in no hurry, and during the following 2 years they made few efforts to enter upon their new responsibilities. From 1914 to 1918, the war in Europe facilitated their task, for the Spanish zone was sedulously exploited by the Germans as a base of propaganda and of action against the French in Morocco. This enemy program, although in the end it met with no permanent success, was sufficiently well organized to cause much anxiety in the neighboring French protectorate, and to necessitate a long series of precautionary measures against attacks prepared in the security of the Spanish zone. Thus occupied, and they were well paid for the services they rendered, the Riffis remained largely indifferent to the Spanish advance into their territory. Their time was more profitably employed under the direction of the Germans. Some mention must be made of these German intrigues, which, if they are best forgotten in an endeavour to rid the world of some of its bitter recollections of the war, played so considerable a part in the subsequent history of the Rif that they are indispensable in any account of the events of that period. Soon after the outbreak of the war in 1914, German agents, instructed by the German embassy at Madrid, installed themselves at Melilla and elsewhere in the Spanish zone, which, conforming with the neutrality of the Spanish government, did not close its doors to the subjects of the Central Powers, although the Sultan, sovereign of all Morocco, was an ally of France. Important sums of money were introduced into the Rif, and expended amongst the tribes as subsidies and for the local purchase of arms, of which, together with ammunition, large quantities were also introduced by contraband trade. But perhaps the most formidable weapon of the Germans was the propaganda which, from the shelter of the neutral Spanish zone, they carried out with impunity and unceasing effort. By word of mouth and in literature, they kept up a stream of incentive to revolt and rebellion flowing amongst the tribes of the French protectorate. For this purpose they recruited a large number of influential natives. It was no difficult task. An anti-French campaign appealed to a people who had already seen part of their country occupied by the French, and expected later on to witness the rest of it pass into their possession. It seemed an occasion was not to be missed to drive the foreigner out of their country. The position of these German agents was largely facilitated by the presence in Spanish Morocco of quite a number of German mining engineers and prospectors who, with that concentration and industry which is so remarkable a feature of the German character, had acquired not only the language, but also the esteem and goodwill of the tribesmen. Their whole weight, and it was not a light one, was brought to bear. Amongst the natives, the Germans had little difficulty in winning over persons of position. Perhaps the most important were Abdel Malak el Mahedin and the Abdel Krim family, father and 2 sons, one of the latter of whom is now famous, Si Muhammad, or Mohand as the Riffis call him. Some record of Abdel Malak's strange life may be of interest. He was the grandson of the famous Abdel Kader, who resisted the French so long at the time of their conquest of Algeria, and who subsequently won the approbation of the civilized world by the courageous manner in which he saved the lives of so many Christians during the massacre of Damascus in 1860. After being educated in Syria, Abdel-Malak and his brothers were eventually allowed to return to Algeria, where they entered the French army. Abdel-Malak himself was appointed to the chief command of the Iriffiyen police force in Tangier, which had come into existence under the terms of the Act of Algeciras. It was a position of no particular influence, but it gave its holder a certain precedence among the dignitaries of Tangier. The failing of all the Mahedin family has been pride, and Abdel-Malak felt this appointment was not sufficiently important for a man of his Iriffiyen birth and the reputation of his ancestors. He became discontented and nursed a secret hatred against the French, whom he believed to be purposely thwarting his ambitions. On the outbreak of war in 1914, the representatives of the enemy powers were expelled from Tangier. Later on, Abdel-Malak communicated to me the reasons for his subsequent actions. The secret preparation for the hurried expulsion from Tangier of the enemy ministers in August 1914 necessitated the intervention of the police, and Abdel-Malak, as chief of that force, was naturally informed. He secretly telephoned to the German chargé d'affaires to warn him and thus give him time to destroy certain incriminating documents. From Abdel-Malak's frank communications, I gather that he himself was incriminated by these documents, as he had become, in fact, a German agent. No trace of those papers seems to have been discovered during the subsequent search of the German legation by the French authorities, and evidently they were burned. But Abdel-Malak was haunted by the idea that his telephone message to the German legation had been tapped, and that his life was in danger. Whether his secret warning to the Germans was ever known, I am unaware. At this moment, Abdel-Malak's eldest son, still a boy, committed suicide, and his father was in despair. It is said that the knowledge of his father's treachery had caused him to take his life. Abdel-Malak disappeared, crossed into the Spanish zone, and declared a holy war on the French. His extradition as a French deserter was demanded, but was refused by the Spanish authorities. Offers were made to the tribes to tempt them to hand him over to the French, but failed. Abdel-Malak was well provided with German gold and bought immunity from capture. He passed into the Rif, became an acknowledged German agent, and from within the Spanish zone in the region northeast of Fez, waged war on the French. In 1917, he was a serious menace. Towards the end of the war, his influence diminished, though he still caused the French considerable anxiety and losses from time to time. As soon as the campaign was over, his adventures began afresh. He had quarrelled with Abdelkrim, the Riffi leader, and was forced to pass an existence of some danger and hardship in the remoter districts of the Spanish zone. From time to time he made proposals to the Spanish authorities to be put in command of native troops. The Spaniards accepted his offer, and in May 1925, Abdel-Malak was in Tetuan, enlisting native soldiers. It was not, perhaps, unnatural that the French protectorate authorities drew the attention of the Spanish government to the fact that Abdel-Malak was a deserter who had preached holy war and carried on an active campaign against the French. This French protest brought an immediate reply from the Spanish Directory to the effect that Abdel-Malak would in no circumstances be employed by the Spanish authorities, and an official communiqué in this sense was immediately published by the entire Madrid press. Notwithstanding this, Abdel-Malak left Tetuan for Melilla a few days later with tribal contingents to take command of a large native force of the Spanish army in the Rif. The dreariness and discomfort of this life amid barren and desolate mountains, the uncongeniality of his surroundings, and, doubtless, some regrets about the past, rendered Abdel-Malak very unhappy. I received a long communication from him, in which he gave the whole story of his actions, from the secret telephone message to the German legation, to his unhappy plight in the desolation of the Rif. He acknowledged having fought during the war against the French, whom he then regarded as his bitterest enemies, but since the armistice had been signed, he stated that he had ceased all action against France. He was weary of this life of adventure, and desired to be allowed to finish his days in Egypt or elsewhere in the East. In this communication he informed me, among many other details, of the instructions he had received from the Spanish authorities on taking over command of their native forces. These instructions could not have been more correct or more honourable. Abd-el-Malak was strictly forbidden to do any harm either by word or deed to French interests in the neighbouring zone. Abd-el-Malak's communication ended with the expression of his desire to receive the pardon of France and of the Sultan of Morocco, and to be allowed to end his days in a foreign country. On July the 31st, 1925, I brought the matter to the knowledge of Maréchal Lyautey, who expressed his readiness to obtain the pardon of France and the Sultan for Abd-el-Malak if he would leave Morocco and never return. I was authorized to convey this message to Abd-el-Malak's family at Tétouan, and to acquaint him with the fact that in return for his complete abandonment of Morocco, the French Protectorate government would grant him an allowance. Before I was able to return to Tétouan, Abd-el-Malak had been killed in battle. His family were, however, informed that his pardon had been promised previous to his death, and it was a great comfort to them. He never knew it himself, though on the morning of his death he said to his son that he was sure that his prayer for pardon would be answered. He died 2 or 3 days too soon. Besides the persons of importance, the Germans had in their employ a large number of natives engaged in contraband. The fact that the Spaniards had as yet scarcely begun the occupation of their zone on the Mediterranean coast gave the Germans complete freedom of action. Even in Melilla itself, no great difficulties were put in the way of the import of arms, though instructions from Madrid, issued in a genuine spirit of neutrality, had from time to receive some semblance of being obeyed. But the Germans had money at their disposal and used it freely, and contraband on the shores of the Mediterranean has never been considered a crime. These German activities, and the means and occupation they gave to the natives, detracted the attention of the Riffis from their danger, the systematic, if slow, occupation of their country by the Spaniards. It is not easy to grasp how it was that while the tribesmen were easily persuaded to go and fight against the French, they refrained from taking action against the Spaniards. Money, no doubt, largely influenced them, and it seems also that promises were made to the chief men of the tribes that they would share in the wealth of their highly mineralized country if they would open it to German and Spanish industry. In any case, no serious attempt was made to stay the advancing Spaniards until they suffered the devastating defeat of July 1921. The situation in the Spanish zone at that moment was the following. The High Commissioner, General Berenguer, was at that moment completing his campaign against Raisuli and his Jabala tribes, and on the point of success. Advancing from Tétouan, the Spanish columns had surrounded Tazrut, Raisuli's stronghold. General Silvestri, who was in command of the Melilla district, took advantage of his chief's arduous and responsible occupations to push forward as fast as possible, far faster than was compatible with security, in the direction of Alhucemas, the famous bay in which the little island of that name is situated. It was the High Commissioner's intention, after ridding Spain of the encumbrance of Raisuli's presence among the Jabala, to turn eastward along the Mediterranean coast, and thus approach Alhucemas from that quarter at the moment when Silvestri and the Melilla army would be within striking distance of it on the west. But Silvestri, supported, it was rumoured, by influential personages in Spain, was determined that the credit and success of this expedition should be his and his alone. His aim was Ajdir, the collection of villages that forms the capital of the Beni Yurigel tribe of the Rif, situated near the excellent beach of the neighbouring bay. For years this bay had been the goal of Spanish ambition as a base for expeditions into the heart of the Rif. There was little resistance to the earlier part of his advance from the valley of the Wad Kurt. The tribes received presents in money and were not disarmed. Having installed posts to the west of the Kurt Valley, General Silvestri turned northward and reached the sea at Sidi Driss. Here again posts were constructed, but they were hastily extemporized, insufficiently held, and badly supplied, and in every detail of this part of the campaign there seems to have been a totally unwarranted disregard of danger and an absence of the most elementary precaution. End of section 4. Section 5 of France, Spain and the Rif, Part 1, by Walter Burton Harris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alistair. Chapter 3b, Spain in the Rif. It was at this period that the family of Abd el-Krim came into public view. There were three important members of the family: Abd el-Krim el-Khattabi, the father, and his two sons, Muhammad, or Mohand as the Riffis call that name, and Mohammed. The distinction between the two names, both common in Morocco, Mohammed and Mohammed, is so slight that to the European ear it is almost inappreciable. Both names are written alike in the Arabic character, with the exception that the former has the accent damma above the initial letter M, and the latter the accent fatha. These accents give the pronunciation mo and ma respectively. The elder Abd el-Krim, father of the well-known Riffi leader and his brother, appears to have been a man of intelligence. In any case, he procured for his two sons a far better and more modern education than probably ever fell to the lot of Riffi boys before. He was himself in close touch with certain mining groups, particularly that of the Mannesmann brothers, and he seems to have realized the possible value of the minerals of the Rif. He did not, however, confine his relations with the Germans to prospective minerals, for he was also actively engaged in the introduction of arms into the Rif. In this, his two sons assisted him. The elder, Mohand, who was destined to play a little later on so important a part in Moroccan history, was at that point employed in the service of the Spanish government in Melilla, where, in addition to his duties in the Bureau of Native Affairs, he also edited the Arabic columns of the local newspaper, El Telegrama del Rif. He was a proficient Arabic scholar, though the Riffi dialect of Tamazerth was his native tongue. He also spoke, read, and wrote Spanish. Meanwhile, his younger brother, Mohammed, who became later on the Iriffiyen commander-in-chief and minister of war, had been sent to be educated in Madrid, where he spent 3 years training to be a mining engineer. Mohand's, Mohammed, employment at Melilla brought him into constant contact with the tribesmen of the Rif, and this, added to the prestige which he naturally enjoyed as the son of the Cade of Beni Urigel, and his influence and popularity in Spanish official circles, rendered him in the eyes of his fellow Riffis a personage of no little importance. It was also considered greatly to his credit that he was a master of the Arabic language and possessed a profound knowledge on Islamic religious and legal questions. After the victory of the Allied powers and the termination of the war, the Spanish authorities found themselves obliged to make some show of expressing their disapproval of the natives who had taken so active a part in furthering German schemes in the Spanish zone. No doubt the elder of the three Abd el-Krims was amongst them. The aid he had received from the Germans was withdrawn, and the Spaniards, who had refrained from interfering with his acts in the past, now showed a certain disapproval of the undisguised assistance he had always tendered to his former friends. It may have been for this reason that Abd el-Krim suddenly realized the fact, it had been apparent for long enough already, that the Spaniards were progressing too fast and too far into the Rif. His relations, which had been very friendly with them from the end of the war in 1918, began to cool in the summer of 1920. While the Spanish authorities were cementing their amicable relations with the tribes of the Kurt Valley, Abd el-Krim the elder, with a body of his Beni Urigel tribesmen, joined an irregular force of Riffis which had collected for the purpose of resisting any further advance of the Spaniards into their country. Meanwhile, an incident had occurred at Melilla which may explain the change in attitude of Abd el-Krim. His son Mohand had been imprisoned by the Spaniards. Various reasons have been given for this action. It was officially said he had been found talking sedition to the tribesmen, but the family of Abd el-Krim have always insisted that he was imprisoned as the result of a private and none too edifying quarrel with a Spanish official. He escaped in the spring of 1920 and joined his father. His brother had already arrived from Madrid. All three were with the Riffi contingent preparing to resist the Spanish advance, when the elder Abdel Krim died, and his elder son Mohand was chosen Cade of the Beni Uragel in his stead. The Spaniards were busily engaged in consolidating their positions. The important tribe lands of Beni Said had already been occupied, and terms had been made with the local chiefs, but the population had not been disarmed. This country was now in the rear of the Spanish lines, between the main body of the army and its base at Melilla. From the Beni Said country, an advance had been made into Temsaman, Beni Ulicek, and further south to Tafasit. Everything was now ready for a further move forward. The Spaniards had, at this juncture in Morocco, over 63,000 troops, of whom some 12,000 were natives. Of this total, 24,000 were in the Melilla district, 20,000 Spaniards and 4,000 natives. The Spanish government had repeatedly given assurances that this army was provided with all the necessaries of warfare. This was certainly not the case, and the soldiers were, from want of training, quite incapable of utilising much of what they possessed. The organisation was defective in every particular. There was little or no discipline among the officers, and no efficiency amongst the men. The only good word that can be said for the Spanish army in Africa at that period was that the soldiers bore the treatment they received with an admirable patience, a patience that was under the circumstances exaggerated. The revelations which followed the disaster were as tragic as the disaster itself. Not only were the troops wanting in every respect, but none of the precautions which ought to have been observed were taken. The lines of communication with the base were long and almost unguarded. There was a light railway as far as Batel, but from there onwards nothing but the roughest of roads, and those few and far between. The posts along the Kurt Valley and in the rear had no direct intercommunication, and were inadequately manned and ill-supplied. The Spaniards themselves realized, too late, that their whole position in Africa had been sacrificed to incompetence and corruption. The sufferings of the Spanish soldiers in Morocco were recognized too late, though attention had been called over and over again to their miserable plight. Ill-fed, ill-clothed, ill-treated, the youth of Spain, courageous and patient, had been systematically deprived of almost everything to which they had a right. In good health their life was made miserable. In sickness they were neglected. The field hospitals and medical attendants were beneath contempt. The wounded often lay for days before they were attended, and fever wrought havoc amongst the troops. I write from experience. I saw myself, over and over again, the pitiable plight of the Spanish soldier in Morocco. The Times unceasingly called attention to it, to be met with denial and abuse from Madrid, and from the Spanish embassy in London. Even in Spain voices were raised, but the vested interests of the civil and military authorities were too strong, and nothing was done. The Spanish soldiers in Morocco, previous to the introduction of the Directorate in September 1923, were the victims of every kind of incompetence and corruption. Even after the terrible disaster of July 1921, there was but little change in their treatment. In May, General Silvestri advanced and occupied Abaran, a point overlooking the valley of the Wad Agamus. It was here that the first incident occurred. A Riffi contingent, aided by disaffection amongst the native police force in the service of the Spaniards, attacked the post. The police mutinied and massacred their Spanish officers. Even then the warning was not taken, and the tragedy of May 30th at Abaran was considered an isolated incident. The post was left abandoned, and the native police passed over to the enemy. A few officers, it appeared afterwards, had written from the front pointing out the totally inadequate precautions that had been taken in the rear, but these letters had no effect. On July the 18th, 1921, the military post of Iriffiyen was furiously and unexpectedly attacked by Riffi tribesmen. Under great difficulties the post was evacuated, to be immediately occupied by the enemy, who seized both arms and ammunition. General Silvestri hurried to the front and reached the fortified post of Anual. but he arrived too late. He ordered the evacuation, and, harassed and shot down from every side, the garrison retired. Silvestri and his staff, remaining to the end, were killed or committed suicide. With the fall of Anual began the great disaster. From tribal village to tribal village, the Riffis passed on the news of victory. From post to post, the Spaniards learned of their defeat. From every mountain the natives poured down, and those who had no arms had only to pick them up from the ground. The whole Spanish army, in a state of panic, fled, and over the heated, almost waterless tracks of the Rif, began a retreat perhaps unparalleled in its horrors. Artillery, transport, entire camps, stores of arms and ammunition, were abandoned, and the Spanish soldiers, young, mostly untrained, underfed and ill-clothed, in every way unsuited for warfare, fled to seek a place of safety. A few reached a temporary haven at Bentiel, a camp 9 miles in the rear. But the panic spread, the Spaniards themselves destroyed the camp, and once more fled eastward. General Navarro collected what was left of the army, and, attacked on all sides by increasing numbers of the enemy, began a retreat towards Melilla. With their numbers sadly diminished, 3,000 survivors reached Mont Arouit, on the Melilla Railway, 30 miles from that town. But the troops were exhausted. They could go no further. They dug themselves in as best they could amongst the houses of the little Spanish settlement. Meanwhile the revolt had spread in every direction. Such peasants and colonists as had time abandoned their houses and fled to Melilla. Zelluan, a town 12 miles from, and Nador, a suburb of Melilla, were besieged. Melilla itself was left defenceless, and the Spanish Minister of War afterwards acknowledged that there had existed nothing in the way of defence to prevent the massacre of its 50,000 inhabitants by the tribesmen. By July the 22nd, the Rif was lost to Spain. The garrisons of Nador, Zelluan, and Montaroit were to hold out a little longer before they surrendered, and were treacherously massacred. In 3 days, the Spanish army on the front, 19,000 men with 130 guns, all their transport, arms, ammunition, and stores, was lost. Their camps and fortified posts were all burnt, and 5,000 square kilometres of country abandoned. 12 years' work and sacrifice were wiped out, and the Riffis were bombarding the town of Melilla with artillery captured from the Spaniards. At first the attitude of the Spanish people in this great disaster was admirable. Not one section of the public seems to have wavered. Spain must not abandon her task. Her honour was at stake. Day by day the true extent of the catastrophe became gradually known, though the censorship was very strict. But it was not until a couple of months later, when a new Spanish army was reoccupying the abandoned territory, that the real horrors were realized. Nador, Zelluan, and Montaroit had fallen after periods of brave resistance. Relief had been promised daily, but never arrived. Hope had died. There was nothing left but surrender and annihilation. When the advancing Spanish troops reached Mont Arouit, they found the corpses of 2,600 Spanish soldiers, and a cemetery in which the garrison had buried its dead during the courageous defence of the place. General Navarro, part of his staff, and a few others were carried away prisoners. The rest had been massacred. It still remains a mystery why no attempt was made to relieve these garrisons. Nador was only 6 miles from Melilla, Zelluan 12, and yet no effort was ever made to save them. It is said that the reason, it was so stated officially in Madrid, was that the reinforcements sent from Spain were in a state of complete unfitness and complete disorganization. Few of the soldiers, mostly raw recruits, had ever fired a shot. They were so weak and underfed that they were incapable of marching. The failure to relieve Nador, Zelluan, and Montaroit must stand to Spain's discredit. Her dead, her thousands of dead, for it is now officially acknowledged that at least 16,000 Spanish soldiers were killed, were the victims of incompetence and disorganization, and, I am quoting only the speeches of Spanish deputies and officers in the Cortes a month or two later, of corruption. The first airmen who flew over the deserted country reported that the roads were strewn with corpses, the corpses of the youth of Spain, shot down, knifed, tortured, mutilated, dying of thirst, in their tragic effort to reach a place of safety. A few hundred succeeded in crossing into the French protectorate territory and were saved. A few hundred more were taken prisoners. The state of affairs at Melilla, the base of the new campaign, became desperate. Not only were troops being hurried from Spain, but such refugees from the Rif as had managed to fly in time had crowded into the town. The enemy approached up to the hurriedly erected wire defences on the very outskirts, and Spanish territory in the Rif became limited to little outside the actual streets. Even water for drinking purposes had to be brought across the Mediterranean from Malaga, and supplies ran out. On August the 8th, a fortnight after the disaster, the Spanish ministry resigned, and a new government was formed under Señor Maura. Spain's ama propria was deeply injured. Her army in the field of nearly 19,000 men had been wiped out by 2,000 to 3,000 tribesmen, dependent for their arms upon contraband trade and without a machine to make a rifle or cartridge. It is no wonder that Spain was humiliated. To counteract the bad effect, a system of organized propaganda was set on foot. For a couple of years or more before the disaster, Spain had been boasting all over Europe of what she had accomplished in Morocco, and the Spanish ambassador in London had deeply interested rather too credulous an audience at a meeting of the Royal Geographical Society as to his country's achievements. Every attempt was now made to conceal from the British public the character of the disaster, which was described as nothing more than an incident of colonial warfare. The efforts to disseminate in London the idea that the Spanish zone was pacified, occupied, and prosperous had been largely successful, until these events of July brought the whole construction to the ground like a house built of cards. It took Spain nearly a year and a half to reoccupy what she lost in 1921. The fighting was at times severe, and at the Battle of Tiza, the Spaniards suffered between 1,000 and 2,000 casualties. It was in October 1921 that the new advance began. 70,000 fresh troops had been brought from Spain, and improvements had been introduced into every branch of the service. It is true that from time to time the invading army met with checks, and that the fortified island Presidio of Alhucemas was almost perpetually bombarded from the mainland with the Spanish guns captured by the Riffies. The country was found devastated. Everything destructible had been destroyed. Everywhere were ruins and unburied corpses. Before Zeluan and Montaroit could be occupied, whole days were spent in getting rid of the dead and purifying the wells. As time went on, there came a change over the feeling in Spain. The great enthusiasm for revenge, which had succeeded the disaster, was dying down. There were rumours of fresh scandals at Melilla, and there were the vast costs of the entire refurnishing of the army, and the sending to the front of another contingent of the youth of Spain. The public had learned that when, after the disaster, the military stores of Melilla had been opened in order to furnish the troops with supplies, nothing had been found in them. They were empty. There were accusations that the trade in contraband arms and ammunition had been extensive and unchecked, that many officers who should have been at the front were on leave, and other rumours too. The dissatisfaction quickly spread to the Cortes at Madrid, and a long and fierce debate took place as to the responsibilities for Spain's humiliation. Although there was a quite evident desire on the part of the government to escape the interpellations, there were sufficient upright deputies and soldiers who insisted on telling and hearing the truth. The parliamentary debate opened on October the 20th, 1921. Señor Maura, the Prime Minister, spoke first. His speech, though imbued with a certain frankness, entirely failed to satisfy his hearers. He acknowledged the appalling results of the disaster, and asserted that the government would search out those responsible for its happening, but his speech contained the expression of no definite policy for the future. It was followed by a long series of criticisms and attacks from deputies representing many parties and many policies. Señor Lazaga referred in vehement terms to the organization and morality of the army. He began by calling attention to the well-known jealousies that so largely impeded its proper functioning, and to the corruption that existed on every side. He himself had just returned from a visit of inspection to Melilla, where, he said, officers whose pay was 600 pesetas a month have managed to spend 12,000. The captains in charge of their men, for in Morocco each captain directly catered for his men, grow rich, but the soldiers starve. There is nothing in our administration but fraud and immorality. To this speech the Minister of War, Señor Sierva, replied, but failed to impress the Cortes. The Marquess de Viesca followed. The only colonel, he explained, who was at his post was Colonel Blank. He mentioned the name, and it would have been better if he had been anywhere else on account of his surrender to the enemy. He stated that the officers who had been absent from their posts remained hid in Melilla to give the impression that they were prisoners, and with the intention of turning up some day with a tale of having escaped. Señor Martinez Campos, who had just returned from active service, stated what he had seen. The military hospitals, he said, were worse than prisons. The treatment of the wounded and sick deplorable. The priests attached to the army frequented the cafes and failed in their duties. In discussing the state of affairs, he remarked, "If Switzerland were Spain's neighbour, her army could easily invade us. Such is the state of our troops. If we continue like this, we shall soon find that we have no Morocco, no army, and no Spain." Speaker followed speaker, with long lists of scandals and accusations, to which the Minister of War replied with energy if not with conviction. Señor Indalecio Prieto, in an impassioned address, exclaimed, "From the steps of the throne, our thousands of Spanish dead are crying for justice in a country that is desolation." The theme never changed. The corruption, which every speaker asserted, permeated the whole administration. The immorality of the officers in their treatment of Moorish women, and the sufferings of the troops, whether in sickness or in health. The Minister of War from time to time rose to describe the accusations as exaggerated, but he admitted much. He could do little more than to promise that the guilty should be brought to justice, and to assure the deputies that everything possible was being done to remedy the lamentable state of affairs. In November, in reply to a bitter onslaught of Señor Ortega y Gasset, the Minister of War replied, "Our troops had no preparation. Material was lacking. Our soldiers were incapable of fighting." On November the 10th, Señor Mara, the Prime Minister, delivered a remarkable speech. It gave a summary of affairs that was indeed depressing. Everywhere, he stated sadly, there is the same misgovernment and the same laxity. A few days later, Count Romanones, the Liberal leader, replied that the situation offered no cause for alarm or anxiety. The next incident was Igeriben. It was the natural consequence of what had preceded. After Igeriben came Annual. It was only from General Picasso's report, published more than 2 years after the disaster, that the Spanish public learned that the garrison of Annual had consisted of no less than 5,000 men. There were in the stores a reserve of 200,000 cartridges and 600 shells. The report describes the choice of the site of this position as unfortunate. The enemy could almost reach the wire entanglements without being seen. The account of the evacuation adds little to what was already known, that failing any method in its direction, it became a panic. In 24 hours, all the advance line posts were lost or abandoned. At Sidi Driz on the coast, and at Afrau, there was some resistance, but apparently nowhere else. Important positions were abandoned on the mere rumour of disaster reaching their garrisons. On July the 22nd, General Navarro, who on the death of General Silvestri had taken command, telegraphed to the High Commissioner asking for authority to evacuate every position on the grounds that, so low was the morale of his troops, that he dared not undertake any operation. The following day he retired all his forces on Batel and Montaruit, in spite of orders to hold the line Dar-Kebdani, Kanduzi, Dardrius, and Sokteletsa. There was complete confusion on every side. The report describes the retreat from Dardrius to Batel, Tistutan, and Montaruit. At the beginning there was a little order. Later it became a panic. A battery of artillery was lost a very short distance from Montaruit, and in an hour or two its guns were being employed against the Spaniards, and they were bombarding the position they had taken up. The second line of defence had fallen. In places the posts surrendered, without a shot being fired. The report, in giving the details of this phase of the disaster, consists of one long accusation against individual commanders and officers. Here and there acts of heroism were reported, but they were few and far between. At the wells of Tistutan, a corporal and 6 men held out from July the 28th till August the 5th, and eventually succeeded in fighting their way into the French zone. They were not the only Spanish troops that reached that haven of security. The report of General Picasso contains the following document. The Spanish consul at Ujda, in his confidential dispatch dated October the 12th, states that, in order that the government of His Majesty the King of Spain should be kept fully informed on the events which had occurred in the Spanish, protectorate, he had interrogated persons at Terurt and Ujda, as well as the Spanish troops arriving from the Sokteletsa. His impressions are that at the moment the position was attacked, there was a sufficiency of munitions. Every man had the proper number of cartridges, namely 150 each, and most had also in their pockets a reserve of from 1 to 3 packets of 50 cartridges. The commissariat department was less well supplied, but at the moment of the evacuation there was still a sufficient provision for 4 or 5 days. The value of what was abandoned under this heading is estimated at 550,000 pesetas, about £20,000. The consul is not aware whether the garrison was in communication with the headquarters at Melilla, and had received orders, but what appears to have taken place was this. On learning what had occurred in the rest of the district, the lieutenant-colonel who commanded the column summoned a council of the officers. They recommended the evacuation of the camp and a retreat into the French zone. During that retreat, it appears no deployment was made for the protection by echelons of the retiring columns. The force, which at its start numbered 1,200 men, found itself reduced to 400 on a march of only 22 kilometres, 13 miles. No attempt was made to collect the wounded or the stragglers. The consul adds a detail which he had been able to verify. All the wounds were on the left side, which shows that the column was attacked on the flank, and that no counter-attack was made, for there were no wounded with wounds on their right side. Most of the wounds had been received in the back. When they reached within range of the first French post, the pursuit ceased. The Spanish troops, took refuge in the French post of Hassi Yuzenga, and from thence proceeded to Camp Berthaud and Terurt. They were well received everywhere. At Terurt, the lieutenant-colonel, Spanish, gave orders for the conduct of the column which he still commanded, and immediately afterwards left by automobile for Taza, where it is said General Aubert, the French general commanding at Taza, submitted him to a long interrogatory. The Spanish troops were housed in the barracks at Terurt, the officers being accommodated in a pavilion. The attention of everyone was struck by the following facts. First, that the Spanish officers did not visit their men in their huts. Secondly, that they passed their time in cafes, and every evening danced with women of light morality. Certain members of the Spanish colony complained to the consul of the bad manners of some of the officers, and also their excessive demands for money, as in the case of an officer of the commissariat, A S, who deserved so severe a reprimand from the consul that the ministry at Madrid asked for the details of the case. The consul praises Captain Francisco Alonso, who, before quitting the Spanish zone, strove on several occasions to turn back and twice tried to commit suicide. The report gives the evidence of the colonel commanding the regiment of San Fernando. After a long dissertation on the inefficiency which he found existing on taking over the command, he added, "The armament was in a very bad state, for the rifles of the regiment were the oldest of the Spanish army. I am told that some of them date from the Cuban War." 1897. Hundreds were in bad condition. The mitrailleuses were in the same state as the rifles, and for the same reasons. Their numbers showed that they were the oldest in the army. They choked very frequently at practice, and in spite of many demands, it was impossible to get them changed. The reporter of the Supreme Council of War and the Navy demanded the trial of a long list of officers, from lieutenants to the High Commissioner himself. End of section 5. Section 6 of France, Spain, and the Rif, Part 1, by Walter Burton Harris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alistair. Chapter 4a, Spaniards and Jabala. The Spanish campaign in Morocco was not confined to the Rif. Farther west, extending from the Straits of Gibraltar southward, as far as the French protectorate frontier, and even beyond, between the confines of the Rif on the east and the Atlantic coast, is the country known as the Jabala. Arabic, Jibli, a mountaineer. Plural, Jabala, mountaineers. At the extreme northeastern corner of this region, on the Straits of Gibraltar, lies Ceuta, which has been, since 1580, a Spanish possession and is recognized as a Spanish territory. These districts, with the exception of the southern Jabala tribes, which lie in the French protectorate, are included in the Spanish zone of Morocco, into which, by the terms of the Treaty of 1912, Spain undertook to introduce law and order. Until 1926, the Rif and the Jabala were entirely separated, the Spaniards never having succeeded, they had never even attempted it, in opening communication by land. The result was that Spain was engaged in two entirely separate campaigns in Morocco against tribes speaking a different language, though of a common origin. The sea route was the only means by which troops could be conveyed from one sector of the war to the other. In each sector, except when fine weather permitted of landing in open roadsteads, there was only one port, Ceuta in the west and Melilla in the east. Larache on the Atlantic coast is inaccessible with westerly winds. These two harbours were the principal bases of the Spanish army. Ceuta is connected by a broad-gauge railway with Tetuan, about 20 miles to the south, while from Melilla a narrow-gauge military line ran westward as far as Batel, a distance of 30 miles. Between these two seats of war lay a mountainous district of unexplored and unknown country, inhabited by the Jabala, the Homara, and further east the tribes of the Western Rif. It seems strange that while travellers have penetrated to almost every point of Central Africa, this large and important region of Morocco has remained absolutely closed to all outside knowledge and discovery. For, like the Riffies, the Jabala tribesmen have guarded not only their independence, but also their seclusion. From Tangier itself, mountain ranges are visible which have never yet been reached by any European, except perhaps some deserter of the Foreign Legion or a criminal escaped from the penal settlement at Ceuta, who may have penetrated there in an attempt to find a hiding place in the recesses of those inhospitable valleys. Even when Szechuan, the flourishing little mountain town of the Akhmas tribe, was occupied by the Spanish troops in 1920, the writer was the only living European who had ever been there. De Foucault and Mr. William Summers the only others who are known to have penetrated thus far, having died before that date. When in May 1926 Abdel-Krim surrendered, the nearest points of the two Spanish fronts in northern Morocco were over 80 miles apart, and all the intervening district, with the exception of the triangle of Tetuan, Sichuan, Wadlao, which had been previously occupied in 1920 and abandoned in 1924, was totally unexplored. The sole knowledge of these regions was based on information collected from the natives and on a few photographs of the less remote portions taken from the air. It is curious to realise in 1926 that, from on board the great liners as they leave Gibraltar for the east, the peaceful traveller can see in fine weather the mountain ranges south of Tetuan, which remain one of the few regions of Africa that have never been visited. More is known of the jungle-covered slopes of Ruwenzori than of the cedar forests of Homara. Yet the Jabala tribesmen who inhabit these mountains are no savages, but members of an organised society boasting an ancient civilization and closely allied in mentality and probably in race with Europe. Adherents to the religious tenets as well as the social injunctions of Islam, they obey the recognised Quranic law, which is only discarded in cases where their tribal traditions and system of hereditary democracy is too firmly embedded to be neglected. Courageous, indifferent to suffering, devoted to their families and their children, religious in practice, yet with no very deep sentiment of religion, this white race of Arabized Berbers presents a most interesting study. In many respects they differ from the Riffis, whose morality is superior, but who lack the humour and gaiety of the Jabala. Excitable and easily led, they will readily adopt a new cause or a new leader, to abandon both with disconcerting facility should the fancy take them to do so. Their principal characteristic, in the opinion of other natives and in their own, is their inconsequence of thought and action. They are confirmed optimists in spite of constant disillusion. The millennium is always on the point of arriving, but never comes. They have accepted a multitude of religious and temporal leaders, and almost always found that they were leaning upon reeds of the weakest fibre. They have often turned against, and frequently slain, with the same enthusiastic zeal in which they accepted them, the chiefs who had failed to carry out their promises to regenerate the world or lead them to victory. They have been the victims of 100 impostors, many of whom became in turn their own victims. From time to time they ran up against a strongman, and adopted his cause. Such were Raisuli and Abdel-Krim, but their enthusiasm generally ended in regrets, for they found that the hands they filled with money scourged them with whips in return. Improvident, caring little for today, and not worrying at all about tomorrow, while the day after is much too far removed to even think about, they live their lives in the cold and rain and snow of their high mountains, or in the warmer valleys below, cultivating such soil as is capable of cultivation, and earning a precarious livelihood by supplying the towns with charcoal and fresh or dried fruits, speaking Arabic with a strong local accent, for their original tongue was Tamazirt or Shelha, and laughed at for their ingenuousness and inconsequence. The Ghibli have always been the butt of the other Moors. He realizes this full well himself, and his humour is sufficient to make fun of it. There is no one who will recount the stories against himself with more gusto and with more enjoyment than the tribesmen of the Jabala. I call to mind two of these tales told me in the heart of their country. A Ghibli visiting the plains brought a sheep, determined to start and to own a flock, for in his mountain district there were only goats. Already in his mind he saw the slopes of his mountains white with the fleeces of snowy lambs. On his return home, to celebrate his new and rare acquisition, he gave a feast to all his friends. After the repast of cooked meats, he led them out to see the sheep. It was only then that he realized that he had killed it and cooked it as the piece de resistance of the entertainment. The second story treats of the same spirit of inconsequence. A local chief of the Beni Mastara tribe had been confirmed in his office by the Sultan and given the title of Cade. He and his tribesmen, being mountaineers, never rode horses, but he was told that his new dignity necessitated the purchase of a steed. He bought one and appeared at the first official ceremony riding it barebacked. He was at once informed that he must add a saddle, one of those cumbersome, rich, expensive saddles in which the heart of the Arab rider delights. He had no money and was terribly worried as to what to do. Suddenly, an inspiration came to him. He took his horse to the market and sold it, and with the money thus acquired, he bought a saddle. The next day there was an official ceremony. At dawn he staggered to the stable, borne down by the weight of the magnificent saddle, but found no horse. It was only then that he realized that his solution of the problem was not faultless. Like the Riffis, the Jabala have defended their country against all invasion. Once or twice a sultan has passed through their mountains. The last time was Mulai Hassan's visit in 1890, and now and again the Moorish army has been sent to repress some local insurrection, or to put down some too flagrant act of pillage. But the lesson, if ever learned, was soon forgotten. Forgetful of yesterday and taking no thought for tomorrow, the Jabala returned to their independence and their tribal feuds. While the Rif possesses no towns, the Jabala can lay claim to 3, Tetuan, Szechuan, and Wazan, for all of these lie in their country, the first 2 in the Spanish sphere, the third in the French protectorate. Tetuan, now the capital of the Spanish zone, is well known, not only on account of its political importance, but also because it is one of the most delightful and most accessible cities of Morocco. Situated less than 50 miles from Tangier, it can be reached by motor in from 2 to 3 hours. Although Tetuan was designated as the capital of the Spanish zone, it was not the first of the towns to be occupied, for, a year before the signing of the 1912 treaty with France, which supplemented the original 1904 agreement, the Spaniards had landed in Larache and marched inland to El Khazir el Kabir, more commonly known as Alcazar. This was in 1911. It was on this occasion that the Spaniards first came into contact with Raisuli, who was destined to play so important and so sinister a part in the succeeding years. Even at this moment, when he held out a helping hand to the Spaniards and staged for them the supposed attack upon Alcazar, which brought about the hurried arrival of troops from Larache, he was merely raising the curtain on the opening scenes of a drama in which he reserved for himself the leading part. But he was not the only claimant for the role of the hero. Colonel Silvestri, who commanded the Spanish expeditionary force from Larache, afterwards so well known as General Silvestri, was a rival who knew how to insist, and it was only a few days later that the long struggle between Raisuli and Silvestri began. The first interview had been cordial. Silvestri made, and Raisuli accepted, presents. It was a way Raisuli had, and was thoroughly characteristic of his whole attitude to life. The actual reason of the ensuing quarrel was that Silvestri was not satisfied with the occupation of Alcazar alone. He desired to continue his march northward at once and take possession of Arzaila, a little walled town lying about halfway between Larache and Tangier on the Atlantic coast. He even hinted that he intended to force his way right through Tetuan across the intervening tribe lands of the Jabala. He found his intentions and his desires stubbornly resisted. Raisuli had no wish to see the Spaniards at Arzaila, where he owned property and which he considered as his headquarters. The presence of Spanish troops at Larache and Alcazar was a matter of almost indifference to him, for neither of those places had ever fallen either legally in his jurisdiction or even under his usurped authority. But Arzaila was a different question altogether. Raisuli's systematic obstruction forced Silvestri to abandon, for a time, any movement northwards, and, impatient by nature, he chafed under the position of inferiority in which he found himself. To remove the ex-brigand from his path, he realized, was, at that juncture, at all events, impossible. There seemed to be only one other course to pursue, to try and win him over. Raisuli's ambition and cupidity rendered this no easy task. To Silvestri's discreet inquiries as to his price, Raisuli let it be known that nothing less than the post of Khalifa, the representative of the Sultan in the Spanish zone, with almost independent powers, would satisfy him. He felt himself worthy of this honour, the second highest position in Morocco, for the Sultan alone took precedence over the Khalifa. He was a Sharif, a descendant of the prophet of particularly ancient and holy lineage. The tomb of his ancestor, Mulai Abdussalam bin Mashish, in the Beni Aros, was a place of constant and reverent pilgrimage, and the holiest spot in Morocco, north of Fez. His education was sufficient. As a boy and a youth, he studied theology and law in Tetuan, and was in a way a scholar. By nature courageous and a lover of adventure, he had left the paths of learning for those of a more exciting profession. Collecting a band of youths of similar temperament and age, whose acts, like his, were not by any means in accordance with the tenets of theological education, he had taken to a life of adventure and dissipation. He made the former support the expenses of the latter, and their nights of revelry in Tetuan, or in the open country, were paid for by the lifting of cattle and the extortion of money under threats. Cattle stealing in Morocco was only looked upon askance by the victims, and sometimes by the authorities. It was the recognized profession of many men, and it had its rules and etiquette. A man's cattle stolen by night from his yard or farm, or even driven off when grazing by day, would be offered him back within probably 24 hours of the theft, in return for the payment of a sum of money considerably below the value of the stolen beasts. It was better to pay this ransom than to lose the cattle, and nearly always the affair was arranged to the entire satisfaction of the thieves, and to the very much less entire satisfaction of the victim. The actual raiders did not appear upon the scene. The transactions were carried out by a mutual friend, generally a Moor of influence and position, who got a commission from both sides. So notorious did the young Raisuli's depredations become, and so constant the complaints emanating often from the representatives of the European powers at Tangier, whose subjects at times suffered loss, that his arrest was ordered by the Sultan. He was captured by treachery and imprisoned at Mogador. He escaped, but was almost immediately recaught and chained to the prison wall. On the accession of Mulai Abdulaziz to the throne in 1894, Raisuli was released. He returned to the district of Tangier to find that all his property had been confiscated and that nothing was left. In revenge he took to the hills, where, collecting his old band about him, and finding new recruits without difficulty, he adopted once more his life of adventure, but he had changed. The gay, pleasure-loving Raisuli of the earlier days had become cruel and morose. The recollection of the bitter sufferings of his imprisonment at Mogador, his injured health, the scars that the chains had left on his wrists and ankles, were ever present to remind him of the past, and his hand was turned against every man's. Hatred and a deep determination to revenge himself for the treatment that had been meted out to him took complete possession of his mind. His every act was marked by cruelty. A sharif who had married his sister decided to take a second wife. The law permitted it, and it was a recognized custom. The first wife appealed to her brother. On the night of the wedding, Raisuli and his band arrived and, forcing their way into the house, cut the throat of the young bride as she sat decked out in her wedding garments, awaiting the entrance of her husband. Her mother, who was with her, shared the same fate. On another occasion, a local sheikh, against whom Raisuli had a grudge, had been kidnapped by a rival. Raisuli bought him for $1,500 and decapitated him upon his own doorstep. As his acts of pillage and extortion increased, often committed in the name of justice, but always for his own benefit, the Sultan and the Magzen became seriously alarmed. In 1906, an army was sent from Fez to restore order and to capture, if possible, the disturber of the peace. Zanat, the village where he resided, situated about 14 miles from Tangier, was burned by the troops, and Raisuli's position was critical. The same evening his men captured the writer of these lines while riding in the neighbourhood, and handed him over to Raisuli, who had about 2,000 Jabala tribesmen with him. I knew him well, but my acquaintance with him did not prevent his retaining me. I was kept a captive at Zanat, and afterwards in the Angira for 3 weeks, until Raisuli had obtained the terms he had demanded: the release of the Jabala prisoners in Moorish jails, the withdrawal of the Sultan's army, and other privileges. no ransom was demanded. A few acts of kindness and a little hospitality that I had shown to the Jabala tribesmen in the past had not been unappreciated, and I reaped the reward. Tempting as money would have been to these people, they deliberately refused to entertain it. They were fully aware that the Moorish government could have been made to pay a large sum to obtain my release, but they refrained from asking a ransom, and, when it was offered, indignantly refused it. The Moors have often been accused of a want of the sense of gratitude. Their conduct on this occasion is a proof that they have a very keen appreciation of this virtue, and practised it in circumstances that made their forbearance only the more admirable. The following year Raisuli, again threatened by the Sultan, captured Mr. Perdicaris, an American resident in Tangier, and his stepson Mr. Varley. They were kept 7 weeks in captivity, and a ransom of £14,000 was demanded and paid. Raisuli extorted from the Sultan, as well as this sum of money, his own appointment as the governor of the tribes around Tangier, and the pasha of the town was dismissed at his demand. There were other terms, too, which Mulai Abdulaziz was forced to accept. Raisuli rode roughshod over every treaty. He kept, however, the caravan roads open, and law and order were respected, but his constant acts of cruelty and his disregard of the privileged position of Europeans led to a general outcry against him and his works. Still another army was sent from Fez, and Zanat was once more burnt, but Raisuli had found time to escape to the mountains. It was then that he received a visit from Cade MacLean, who had been sent by the Sultan to make terms of peace with the turbulent Sharif. When Cade MacLean rose to leave, he found that he was a prisoner. He remained Raisuli's captive for 7 months, and it was only on the payment of a ransom of £20,000 and on the granting by the Sultan of a number of privileges that he was released. In 1908, civil war broke out in Morocco. The Sultan Abdulaziz, after an attempt to maintain himself upon the throne, was beaten in battle by the forces of Mulai Hafid, and in the autumn he abdicated in favour of his brother. Raisuli, who had supported Mulai Hafid's cause from the moment it appeared to be in the ascendant, proceeded to Fez and made terms with the new Sultan. He was appointed Pasha of Arzila and Cade of the northern Jabala tribes, including the Angera. In return, he restored to a grateful and at that moment impecunious sovereign the £20,000 he had received as the ransom of Cade MacLean, which had been paid by Mulai Hafid's predecessor on the throne, Mulai Abdulaziz. Raisuli well knew that the appointments he had received from the new Sultan were worth far more than this sum of money. He returned to the north and took up his position, a stronger and greater man than ever. He was still Cade of this region when in 1911 the Spaniards occupied Larache and Alcazar, and Colonel Silvestri found himself face to face with the famous Sharif. It was not to be wondered at that the situation was difficult. It was rendered more difficult still by the characters of the two adversaries, the impatient hot temper of the Spanish colonel, and the deep cunning and arrogance of his rival, whose obstruction he had to overcome. Ambitious, brooking no interference, taking no advice, and asking none, Raisuli was a formidable obstacle in the way of Spain's progress in Morocco. His plans were never disclosed even to his intimate associates. Of friends he perhaps had none, for he trusted no one. He demanded and obtained obedience from all who served him, but every one about him lived in perpetual fear. He beat and imprisoned and killed at will, giving no reason, and being asked none. The duel between these two men was a duel to the death. Raisuli, cynical and witty, seemed to take, and no doubt did take, an infinite delight in thwarting every wish of Colonel Silvestri, who could ill restrain his indignation and his rage at the continued obstruction and unmeasured arrogance of the man who seemed to block his every road to success. It became still more apparent than ever that he must be bought. Colonel Silvestri requested the Spanish government to appoint Raisuli Khalifa of the Spanish zone. Madrid refused. It was clearly impossible. Whatever may have been his position by birth, Raisuli's career stood in the way of such an appointment. With deep mortification he learned that the one post he would consent to fill was out of his reach, at least for the present. A high Spanish decoration ill compensated him for this disappointment. He was now residing at Arcila, where he had built himself a palace on the sea wall, against the lower walls of which the waves broke in ceaseless music. Now and again I visited him at this period, and he wrote me from time to time bitter, scornful letters describing the plight of the Spaniards and scoffing at their want of organization. "You will find Alcazar changed," he wrote in one of his letters, "for the Spanish soldiers who were starving here have eaten all the frogs and water tortoises of the river and the marshes." His resentment was deep and undisguised. He regretted having facilitated the disembarkation of the Spanish troops at Larache and their march on Alcazar. The air was charged with electricity. The storm broke one day when a small Spanish column met with a group of Raisuli soldiery. There was an unfortunate encounter, and blood was shed. Indignant, threatening, and thirsty for revenge, Raisuli came to Tangier in order to communicate direct with the Spanish government through the Spanish minister at that place. He was suffering much pain, the results of the ill health that he owed to his long imprisonment at Mogador. I saw him at times during those spells of distress. He was lying on his back on a low mattress with his feet suspended in scarves hung from nails in the wall that raised his swollen legs and ankles a few inches above the rest of his body. It was the only position in which he could obtain relief. His brother acted as his deputy at Arcila during his absence, for in spite of reiterated protestations of friendship from Madrid, Raisuli refused to return. His attitude caused very considerable anxiety in Spain, and Colonel Silvestri was hastily summoned to the capital to confer with the government. Immediately had he left Morocco, Raisuli paid a visit to the Jabala tribes, the members of which had been summoned to meet him at the tomb of Malai Abdesalam in Beni Arros. Returning a few days later to Tangier, he learned that his palace at Arcila had been seized by the Spaniards, and that members of his family were being held as hostages. It was at this critical moment that the Spanish government decided to occupy Tetuan, the capital of the Spanish zone. Advancing from Ceuta, the Spaniards entered the town in July 1913. Not a shot was fired, and possibly, had their arrival been followed by the introduction of a policy of sympathy and collaboration, no shot might ever have been fired at all. But the Spanish troops were thirsting for glory, and discipline was lax. There was too great an exhibition of the spirit of conquest. Morocco must give of its best, and among its best were its women. Immoral the Moors may often be, but there are laws and traditions which hold good, and are seldom broken, and the greater part of them refer to their womankind. The behaviour of certain Spaniards in this respect set ablaze a flame of resentment and indignation. Within a few weeks of their occupation of the capital, Spain's relations with the people of the town, and with all the surrounding tribes, were severely strained. A cousin of the reigning sultan was appointed to the position that Raisuli had coveted, the Khalifa of the Spanish zone. The astute Sharif himself, still at Tangier, showed no visible signs of discomfiture. He expressed his desire to live quietly in his villa there, and, by negotiation with Madrid through the Spanish legation in Tangier, he obtained the release of the members of his family who had been held at Arcila as hostages. This accomplished, he left suddenly for the neighbourhood of Tetuan, already angered by the behaviour of the Spanish officers, and by the looting propensities of the soldiery. The tribesmen were only waiting a word of command. Raisuli gave it, and the war broke out on every side. The Spaniards suffered heavy losses in the outskirts of Tetuan itself. Wherever there were Spanish soldiers there was fighting, at Alcazar, at Arcila, and at the scattered posts, and along the roads. The first act of the Madrid government was to recall General Afal, and to appoint General Morena in his place. The situation necessitated the sending of reinforcements from Spain, and by the early autumn of 1913, there were over 40,000 Spanish troops in the field. There followed one of those periods of cross-purposes which have so often marked the Spanish policy in North Africa. While the new High Commissioner was doing all in his power to bring about a reconciliation with Rey, General Silvestri at Larache was leaving no stone unturned to increase the mutual distrust which already existed. The result was that little headway was made, and the situation remained highly unsatisfactory. End of section 6. Section 7 of France, Spain, and the Rif, Part 1, by Walter Burton Harris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alistair. Chapter 4b, Spaniards and Jabala. Such was the state of affairs when war broke out in Europe in August 1914. It must not be forgotten that while this western sector was causing so much anxiety to the Spaniards, they were also engaged in a campaign on the Melilla front of the Rif. It was true that there had been a lull in the hostilities in that sector, and that an advance had been made into the Beni Said tribe lands, which had met with comparatively little resistance. Since 1909, the Spaniards had progressed eastward from Melilla, and at the moment of the outbreak of the Great War had reached the valley of the Wad Kurt. Political negotiations had been successfully employed in that region, and everything pointed to a period of peaceful penetration. The Riffi chiefs seemed to view the Spanish progress with diminished antagonism, not a little owing to the intervention of the agents of important German mining companies who were increasing their interests, both political and industrial, with the undisguised approbation and support of the Spanish authorities. A number of natives were in their employ or in their pay, amongst them Abdel Krim, the Cade of the Beni Uriagel, the father of Mohammed ben Abdel Krim, who was to play so important a part in the history of the succeeding years. On the whole, this period of the campaign in the eastern sector caused no great anxiety to Spain, and during the duration of the war no serious misadventure was suffered in the Rif. But the seeds of the coming crop of misfortune were being sown. Rifles and ammunition were being imported in large quantities into the country by the Germans for the purpose of arming the tribes against the French farther south. That these arms were employed for that purpose is well known, but they eventually served to scatter death amongst the Spaniards themselves, when, after the armistice, the Riffis turned against the invaders of their country, and in 1921 annihilated the Spanish army. During the Great War, Rey entered into intimate relations with the Germans, though to the best of my belief he never rendered them any very signal service. He certainly never carried out the programme which they constantly put before him, to abandon his campaign against the Spaniards and to attack the French in the Protectorate. He took their money readily enough, and promised much, but that was about all. Once, when the situation in France was very critical, he received a visit from German agents sent by the German embassy at Madrid. They told him that Paris had been taken and the war won. After they had left, Cade Zalal of the Beni Massoud tribe, who had been present at the interview, asked Rey if he believed it. The wily Sharif replied, "I shall believe that the Germans have won the war when my English friends acknowledge that they have lost it." There is no doubt Rey made use of German propaganda to lessen the prestige of France in Morocco, and to further his own ends and the interests of his personal ambition. That the Germans held out a tempting bait to him is certain, but it was easy to promise in those days, and I doubt if Rey counted upon the possibilities of the situation which they foretold ever coming about. A free and independent Morocco, with Mulai Hafid Sultan of the south, and Rey Viceroy of the north? I have never found any evidence whatever of his having done anything for the Germans which was not done solely in his own interests. That he would have been content to see them drive the French out of Morocco is possibly a fact, but that he ever expected that it would come about was quite another matter. Their proposals may have tempted his ambition and aroused his cupidity, but they were offering what certainly at that moment was not theirs to give. Raisuli was now living at Tazrut in the Beni Arros, near the holy tomb of his ancestor, Malai Abdesalam ben Mashish, whence, situated as it was in the centre of the northern Jabala tribes, he was able to keep his finger on the pulse of the mountaineers and to make it beat to his own music. In the spring of 1915 occurred an incident which had no little bearing on Raisuli's subsequent behaviour. The struggle between the Spanish military party in Morocco and the Madrid government continued as usual, and Raisuli was more than ever the bone of contention. While the army with General Silvestri at its head, for he had been promoted, was bent upon an expedition to attack Raisuli in his lair, the Madrid government was using every possible means and all its influence to gain his goodwill and his assistance. This latter policy was being ardently pursued by the Spanish legation in Tangier, which was in direct communication with Tazrut, much to the annoyance and indignation of General Silvestri. Having an important and confidential letter to send to Raisuli, the Marquis de Villacinda, the Spanish minister at Tangier, entrusted it to the hands of an influential native of the Tangier zone, Ali Akalai, who was a friend and the agent at Tangier of Raisuli. Akalai, with the letter, set out on horseback, accompanied by a servant who was also mounted. About 14 miles from Tangier, shortly after passing a Spanish military camp on the Akba el Hamra, Ali Akalai and his man were attacked and killed. Their bodies were found floating on a neighbouring stream, and showed every sign of violent death. It was not long before the truth leaked out. Ali Akalai had been murdered at the instigation of Raisuli's enemies, and a Spanish officer and native soldiers in Spanish employ were implicated. The object had been to obtain possession of the dispatch from Madrid, which was being conveyed to the Sharif at Tazrut. The charge was brought home, and a great scandal ensued, which ended in the recall of both General Marina, the High Commissioner, and of General Silvestri. General Hodana, who was at the time in command of the Spanish forces at Melilla, was appointed to replace General Marina as High Commissioner with instructions from the Spanish government to continue the negotiations with Raisuli, which had been broken off by the unfortunate incident. Raisuli's wrath at the murder of his friend, and at the circumstances in which it had taken place, was without bounds. He turned all his powers of vituperation loose on the Spaniards, and swore revenge, but he used the incident, as he did every circumstance of his life, for his own advantage. For a time he refused to receive any communication from the Spanish government or from the High Commissioner in Tetuan. He alternately raged and sulked until he felt the ground was sufficiently prepared to permit a reopening of negotiations on a new and more advantageous basis. One of the difficult points to which a solution had to be found was that of the relations between the Khalifa and Raisuli. The Khalifa, who represented his cousin the Sultan in Tetuan, and in all the Spanish zone, was a Sharif and a prince of the royal blood, and bore the title of Imperial Highness. Tradition and policy demanded that Raisuli should proceed to Tetuan to swear allegiance to his royal master, but he steadily refused to do anything of the sort. The Caliphate was the one post he had desired to fill himself, and he was certainly not going to make obeisance to a rival whom he looked down upon as a mere Spanish puppet. That the High Commissioner was very anxious to obtain the recognition of the Khalifa by Raisuli was only natural, for the Sultan's representative had not met with much success. The Moors considered him as merely a part of the Spanish show, a Sharif who had certainly not risen in general native estimation by having placed himself, body and soul, under the control of a foreign and Christian government. The paraphernalia of royalty which the Spaniards surrounded him, the led horses, the crimson parasol, the spear-bearers, and his many titles, were looked upon with amused indifference, for by tradition none but the Sultan had a right to use them. To have obtained some outward and visible sign of Raisuli's allegiance to their figurehead would have been of distinct political value, but Raisuli refused to budge. It was part of the Spanish scheme to put forward the Khalifa upon every occasion, just as the French in the Protectorate were doing all in their power to increase the prestige of the Sultan. Raisuli was adamant and the Spanish authorities had to abandon all idea of his visiting Tetuan. To the day he died a prisoner in the Rif, he never returned there. The only compromise that he would accept was that he should recognize the legal existence of the Khalifa in the Spanish zone as the representative of the Sultan. Further than that, he would not go. Slowly, after long and difficult negotiations, terms were arrived at between the Spanish government and Rey-Souli. Enriched in money, more than semi-independent, with a little army of his own paid by the Spaniards, but under his sole control, in possession of quantities of arms and ammunition which had been sent him from Tetuan. Rey-Souli was now, to all intents and purposes, monarch of all he surveyed. Astute and far-seeing, he emerged from this difficult period of negotiation more powerful and more independent than he had ever been, and undoubtedly more dangerous. He kept in touch through all kinds of channels with the Germans, the French, and the English, and prepared to take advantages of whatever might be the results of the war in Europe. It took a year to negotiate this pact with Rey-Souli, and it was not concluded until May 1916, when the Spanish High Commissioner and he met for the first time at the Fondak of Ain Jadida on the Tangier-Tetuan road. The conversation was long and none too satisfactory. The High Commissioner made no secret of the fact that Rey-Souli's obstruction and arrogance severely tried his patience. The results of the meeting were not sensational, for the pact was little more than an agreement to continue the status quo while waiting for the termination of the war in Europe. Both the High Commissioner and Rey-Souli realized, each from his own point of view, how much depended upon the results of the European struggle. The whole attitude of the Spaniards in Morocco toward the Allies has been much discussed and much criticized, but the position of Spain was by no means an easy one. Neutral in Europe, she necessarily carried her policy of neutrality into her Morocco zone. Yet all Morocco was under the sovereignty of the Sultan, and the Sultan was not only an ally, but also a belligerent. The situation from the very beginning was anomalous. As the war proceeded, it became highly complicated, and threatened more than once to become critical. That the Germans took gross advantage of Spain's neutrality no one can deny, but there is every reason to believe that the Madrid government was innocent of all participation in, and guilty knowledge of, these actions. That certain Spanish officials and authorities, from sympathy with the German cause, or from other reasons, facilitated the movements of submarines, allowed the introduction of arms into Morocco, and their exportation from the Spanish ports, and even joined in active German propaganda, is not to be doubted, and was difficult to prevent. The Spanish zone became a base for attack upon the French protectorate, but the position of the Spaniards themselves in the Rif was at times far too precarious for them to venture to attempt to control the tribes who, egged on by skillful German propaganda and paid in German gold, were only too ready to carry out their raids into the territory of a neighbouring and friendly state. But the action of certain officials in Africa must not be allowed to blacken the reputation of the country to which they belonged. The king and the government, in extremely difficult circumstances, maintained throughout an admirable spirit of neutrality, and the former rendered, in his great work in favour of the prisoners of war, most valuable services to humanity. He had at least this distinction, that he was one of the few great figures of Europe who was not engaged in furthering destruction and in exterminating his fellow men by every process of barbarity and horror. Whatever may have been the justification, if there was any, for the war, King Alfonso at least was guilty of no participation in its origin or in its perpetration. He has also this immense satisfaction, that he was not a party to the treaty of peace that followed. Rey-Souli was considered by the Allies as one of the principal German agents in Morocco, but the Germans, it appears, had little confidence in him at any time, and believed him to be under British influence. Now that time has put all events of that period into a more reasonable perspective, it can be said that Rey-Souli was indifferent to any interests except his own, and that any proclivities which he may have shown at one time or another for either side owed their origin to self-interest. The only countries, I believe, for which he had any special regard were England and America, for in his dealings with both, in his affairs of brigandage, he had met with complete success, and indisputable profit, and his appreciation of foreign governments was limited to the personal advantages that he had been able to reap in his relations with them. In the cases of America and England, he was made richer by the ransoms they had paid, or made the Sultan pay, for the release of their captive subjects, and he recognized that both had strictly carried out the terms to which they had agreed. He was grateful for their generosity, and appreciative of their honourable dealings. So cordially did he regard those two powers that there is little doubt that had he reverted to brigandage, he would have again shown a preference for victims of British or American nationality. At the end of the Great War, the Spanish government fell, and the High Commissioner in Morocco, General Jordana, died under tragic circumstances. General Berenguer, who had already been Minister of War in Madrid, was appointed his successor in early 1919. With the arrival of General Berenguer, an entirely new policy was adopted in Morocco. It was time, for Spanish prestige had suffered by the long period of hesitations and confusion. Immediately after his arrival, the new High Commissioner let Raisuli know that he had been much surprised not to have found him awaiting him on his arrival at Tetuan, and he requested the Sharif to come and visit him there. Raisuli, who was never in a hurry, left this communication unanswered for several weeks, though he was living within a long day's ride of Tetuan. When the reply came, it was in the form of a lengthy dispatch of advice and warning as to how General Berenguer should shape his policy. He pointed out the road the High Commissioner should follow, intimating that any contrary procedure would meet with his disapproval. Having launched this literary bomb, Raisuli followed it up by instigating a series of aggressive incidents in the neighbourhood of Tetuan itself. This action was sufficient to confirm General Berenguer's already formed opinion that force was the only means of bringing Raisuli and the tribes to reason. He determined at once upon a programme of active opposition to the Sharif and the overthrow of his influence and power, an entire reversal of the policy that Madrid had adopted during the period of the war. With an energy that was as unusual as it was admirable, General Berenguer reorganized the forces under his command and carried war into the enemy country. In a few weeks, Alcazar Sarir, on the Anjira coast of the Straits of Gibraltar, had been occupied, as well as the hills of Beni Hosmar facing Tetuan, and a column was clearing the Tetuan-Tangier road in the direction of the Fondak. A series of operations in the Wadras tribe lands ensued, within 20 miles of Tangier. Every attempt was made by the Spanish authorities to conceal the results, but the truth leaked out. In 3 days' fighting, July the 11th to 13th, the Spaniards lost about 300 killed and probably 1,000 wounded. A small column of 170 Spanish soldiers were ambushed by Raisuli's men in a ravine. The incident discloses the cunning of the Sharif. The column in question was proceeding along a valley when a Spanish officer and some Spanish soldiers appeared on the hill above. The officer shouted directions to the column to turn sharply into a narrow valley and descend the course of the stream. They, he said, missed the track. Obeying these instructions, the commander of the little force entered a ravine, where a few minutes later they were fiercely attacked by Jabala tribesmen, masked and using gas grenades. The whole column was annihilated. There was not a single survivor except 1 or 2 natives who were following the column. One of these, staggering under the effects of gas, reached Tangier the following day. He stated that the commandant of the column, realizing that escape was impossible and horrified at the disaster to which he had led his men, shot himself with his revolver. The soldiers struggling in the agony of gas were dispatched with knives, the Jabala tribesmen cutting their throats as they lay panting on the ground. So deep was the hatred of the Spaniard at that moment. The Spanish officer who had directed the column into the ravine was one of Raisuli's men in disguise. Reinforcements were hurried to Wadras, and after a severe struggle the tribes submitted, and their district was occupied. This success, limited though it was, warranted the promulgation of a dahir, or edict, by the Khalifa, degrading Raisuli, confiscating his property, and declaring him an outlaw. It was the complete reversal of Spanish policy. All the struggle of the last few years, during which every effort had been made to gain his goodwill and assistance, was abandoned. Taking into consideration the ill success of all these endeavours, this change of attitude was not to be wondered at. Sully, it was agreed, must bear the consequence of his obstruction. But this long period of negotiation had been fully taken advantage of by the astute ex-brigand. He had been supplied with money, arms, and ammunition, and his stores at Tasrut were well stocked. He had a small army of his own, and he could count on contingents from the tribesmen, who, in spite of his extortion and his cruelty, still obeyed his every word. General Silvestri was once more in Morocco, appointed to command at Ceuta by the Madrid government, without, it is said, any previous consultation with the High Commissioner. The relations of Generals Berenguer and Silvestri were already strained, and friction was inevitable and immediate. On the demand of the former, Silvestri was removed to the command of the Melilla front, where, at all events, the High Commissioner would not be brought into constant personal contact with him, though he remained under his orders. To the Khalifa's edict proclaiming his outlawry, Sully replied by a declaration of war on the Spaniards, in which he called upon the tribes to resist invasion and to defend their country. The result was anarchy. Fresh acts of brigandage, aggressions on travellers, and attacks on Spanish posts followed in quick succession. At Akbar el Kola, not far from Alcazar, the whole Spanish garrison was massacred. The Spanish government found itself forced to undertake a new and important campaign, and General Berenguer, active, energetic, and competent, hurried on the preparations. He was determined once and for all to rid the Spanish zone of Sully. How far he was aware of the new menace that was rising in the eastern sector, the young Mohammed bin Abd el-Krim, it is impossible to say. In the person of General Berenguer, Sully had an enemy whose activity was endless, and who had the art of inspiring others with his own enthusiasms. His troops met with success, and in October 1920, Szechuan, the only town in the interior of the Jabala country, was occupied. The importance of this event was evident. Founded in 1471 by the Alami Sharifs during one of the many periods of war with Portugal, Szechuan, the correct Arabic name is Shawan, Spanish Chewan, French Heshuin, became the cradle of the dynasty of the Beni Rashid and the capital of a little independent state. It was not until 1561 that the allegiance of its population to the Sultan of Morocco was obtained, and for a century it appears to have been governed by representatives from Fez. Its remote position, its defences, the natural strength of its site led once more to a declaration of independence, and Szechuan remained, until the Spanish occupation in 1920, entirely outside the jurisdiction of the Moorish sultans. Its seclusion had seldom been disturbed. Until the Spanish troops entered it, as far as is known, it had only been visited by 3 Europeans, the French explorer, de Foucauld, in the garb of a Moroccan Jew in 1883, by myself, disguised as a native in 1889, and a few years later by Mr. William Summers, a missionary. Mr. Summers was discovered, and his food was poisoned, from the effects of which he nearly succumbed. His health was permanently injured, and he died a few years later. Of the 3, I alone survive. The situation of Szechuan is charming. It lies on a spur of the mountain Jebel Masjel, on a plateau rich in orchards, threaded by a multitude of little streams. Straight above the houses on the one side, great precipices rise to the summit of the mountain, while on the other a descent leads to the irrigated fields and fruit gardens. No town in Morocco boasts so picturesque a sight, nor is the little walled town itself less attractive, with its minarets and its old feudal castle, and its tiled houses, for the heavy falls of snow in winter render the flat housetops of Morocco impossible. It reminded de Foucauld of some burg on the Rhine, but left upon me, rather, the impression of a small town in the mountains of northern Italy. There is little that is Moorish in its features, and even the square minarets are more like the campanile of Italian churches than the minarets of a mosque. The mystery that has always surrounded the little town, with its 6,000 or 7,000 inhabitants, its seclusion and its remoteness, have given it a renown, perhaps beyond its deserts. To the Moor it was a symbol of sanctity and independence, a holy place undefiled by Christian influences, and untroubled by the presence of any authority, representing the Moorish government. Nonetheless, it was the centre of pillage and lawlessness, and sacred as it was, the people of Szechuan were constantly the victims of extortion and blackmail on the part of the surrounding Jabala tribes. Its occupation by the Spaniards was a dagger thrust into the heart of the Jabala Confederation. As a military expedition, the advance on Szechuan had been neither prudent nor successful. It is true the objective was reached, and the political result was important, but that was all. 3 Spanish columns were to have converged on the town, 2 operating from Tetuan, and the 3rd from Larache. 1 column alone, that which followed the direct road from Tetuan to Szechuan, arrived at its destination. The 2nd was held up to the west, while the 3rd never penetrated the mountain districts that lay between Alcazar and the objective. The losses of that column were heavy, but no doubt the presence of a Spanish force on the flank facilitated the march of the troops which were approaching Szechuan from the north, and which eventually reached it. The Jabala tribes counterattacked on October the 21st, and a serious battle was fought on the outskirts of the town, in which the Spaniards lost 11 officers and 120 men. The rejoicings of the first days of enthusiasm in Madrid were dampened by this unexpected encounter, for the reports that had been received had stated that little or no resistance had been met with or was expected. It was clear, however, that the advance had been undertaken without the necessary precaution of protecting the lines of communication. Nearly 40 miles separated Szechuan from Tetuan, and for practically the whole distance the mountains that flanked the track were held by the enemy. To the east, high above the road, rose the peaks of Beni Said and Beni Hassan, and farther to the south of the Akmas, while on the west, Raisuli at Tazrud held the key of the situation. Along its whole length, the line of communication was open to constant attack on ground very advantageous to the attacking forces. This was made clear in a message sent to the Times at that moment, which was afterwards acknowledged as a just criticism of the actual situation. It was pointed out that the failure of General Barrera's column, advancing from Larache to reach its objective, had rendered the position of the Tetuan column extremely critical in spite of its success. Little of the surrounding district had been occupied, and the Spaniards could, almost at any moment, be cut off in Szechuan from their base. The submissions of the tribes through whose country the column had advanced could not be considered as permanent, and at any moment acts of hostility might be expected. General Barrera's failure to force his way through from the west had encouraged the resistance of the tribes of that region, and only 4 days before the Tetuan column reached Szechuan, the Larache troops had been heavily attacked, losing 8 officers and over 60 men. The rainy season was beginning, when all the tracks would become impracticable for wheel traffic, and the cold in the mountain districts was already severe. The troops had fought valiantly, but it could not be concealed that the occupation of Szechuan at the beginning of winter by only one of 3 converging columns was neither strategically nor politically a prudent undertaking. Not only were the rigours of the season to be feared, but that sinister individual, Raisuli, still hovered on the flank. This telegram of the Times, reproduced in Madrid, caused a considerable stir, and increased the nervous apprehension which every effort of the government failed to stifle. A few days sufficed to confirm this criticism of the situation, and the military authorities and the government itself were bitterly attacked for engaging upon an adventure without taking sufficient precautions to safeguard the lines of communication. Revelations followed, the usual distressing revelations. The troops were ill provided, the medical service was totally inadequate, and the artillery insufficient. The government's reply, too, was the usual one. We have done the best we could with the credits at our disposal. If you want better organization and better material, the Cortes must grant more money. But the Cortes was not inclined to grant more money, for its members were not certain how much of what they already supplied reached its right destination. There was no guarantee that larger credits would remedy the situation or even improve it. For 4 years, 1920 to 1924, the Spaniards maintained their position in Szechuan, at times in peace, often with difficulty. In 1924, the situation, owing to the campaign of Mohammed bin Abd el-Krim in the Rif, became so critical that the garrison was withdrawn, a strong relief column having been dispatched from Tetuan for this purpose. With immense difficulty, and at the cost of many thousands of casualties, Szechuan was evacuated. Less than 2 years later, 1926, when the energy and ability of General Primo de Rivera had restored the prestige of Spain in Morocco, and when the Spanish army had given brilliant examples of its admirable qualities in the field, Szechuan was reoccupied almost without a shot being fired. But much was to happen before that came about. End of section 7. Section 8 of France, Spain, and the Rif, Part 1, by Walter Burton Harris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alistair. Chapter 5a, The Relief of Szechuan. On September the 13th, 1923, General Primo de Rivera, by coup d'etat, changed the order of things in Spain. The actual government was in a state of more than usual confusion, and Morocco was as usual the cause. The recent battles at Afrau and Tifroin in the Rif had led to a renewed outcry against the military command in Africa. General Martinez Enido, who was held responsible, was recalled, and the aged General Weiler had been sent on a mission of inquiry to Melilla. The High Commissioner in Morocco was Senor Silvela, a civilian. The report of General Weiler brought about still another ministerial crisis at Madrid. Senor Villanueva, the finance minister, basing his facts on the Weiler revelations and his own experience, published a brief survey of the Moroccan policy of the preceding years and gave a figure of what it had cost. In 1920, £6,600,000 had been spent. In 1921, £20,800,000, and from January the 1st, 1922, to March the 23rd, 1923, £16 million, and the sums were increasing rather than growing less. There was, he stated, no end in sight. All the war material, both in Spain and in Morocco, was in bad condition and required complete renewal. The scandals continue, he wrote. We buy barley at double the market price. The hospitals are pitiful. Everything is hopeless. Under these circumstances, he concluded the only path left open to him was to resign his seat in the ministry. 2 of his colleagues followed suit. The government, weakened by the resignation of 3 ministers, issued a long communiqué to the public. It threw but very little light upon the situation, but was full of good resolutions and vague promises, and explanations. It excused the ministry for the ambiguity of the language, on the grounds that if they spoke more clearly the Riffis would learn the intentions of the government and take advantage of this knowledge. This communiqué was but another proof that the government of Senor Garcia Prieto was floundering in the mud of incapacity and inherited disorder. Still, nothing was known of the coming coup d'etat. The Madrid press seems to have accepted the inevitable muddle, and was in its majority inclined to support the existing government, probably because it was realized that any succeeding one would be likely as bad, if not worse. Everyone, however, was sick of the war in the Rif, and of the inefficiency and failure that had marked so much of its progress. The generals were known to be on bad terms with each other. The sentence on General Berenguer, the late High Commissioner who had been held responsible for much that had led to the defeat of Anual in July 1921, was expected day to day, and the Madrid world was nervous, irritable, and restive. Morocco was going through a period of more than usual unpopularity. It was described not only as the grave of the youth of Spain, but also the bottomless pit down which the national wealth was being poured. It is no wonder that the Spaniards were weary of the whole question. Injustice and discontent in the promotion of officers had brought into existence the juntas of the army, and with the juntas came new quarrels and new jealousies and renewed anarchy. Even the expeditionary corps in Morocco was divided against itself on the question of promotion by seniority or promotion by deserts. Both points of view had their partisans, according to the interests at stake. Since Annual, the disaster of 1921, the position had not improved. The army had little opportunity of reivindicating its honour, and had been deeply humiliated by the fact that the release of the Spanish prisoners in the Rif had been brought about not by victories in the field, but by purchase. It had looked on impotently while Spanish gold ransomed its soldiers and its chiefs. Annual, Aruit, Zeluan. Half a dozen disasters remained to be wiped out, and the army was incapable of doing it because it lacked everything necessary to victory, from loyalty amongst the commanding officers to boots for the men. The civil and military authorities, between whom a complete understanding and unity of purpose was necessary, were openly at daggers drawn. The government was occupied in useless recrimination and discussion. The Supreme Council of the Army and Navy was to meet at once to conclude the trials of Generals Berenguer and Cavalcanti. On October the 1st, the Cortes was to resume its sittings. Its programme was, as ever, the discussion of the political responsibility for the 1921 disaster, 27 months after it had occurred. There was nothing to look forward to but recrimination for the past and reiterated good intentions for the future, to end where all such protestations of repentance had always ended. The moment was ripe for a coup d'etat. It was even necessary if Spain was to be saved. Still, nothing leaked out of the impending stroke of fate until 2 days before it fell. On September the 11th, a typewritten copy of a manifesto reached the Prime Minister, Señor Garcia Prieto. It was a short document. It accused the government of having countenanced anarchy in Spain, and worse than anarchy in Morocco. The garrison of Barcelona, that stronghold of independent thought and liberal activity, had decided to overthrow the existing regime and sought the aid and support of the Madrid troops. Señor Garcia Prieto seems to have been satisfied that the Madrid garrison would not respond to this appeal on the assurance of the Captain General of the capital to that effect. The following day, September the 12th, the Barcelona garrison mutinied, but the central government, assured of the loyalty of the rest of the army, remained completely inactive. At 9 o'clock that night, a cabinet council was held, which sat till dawn, its séance prolonged by the disquieting news that from time to time reached it. The king was at San Sebastian. The Prime Minister telegraphed him, begging him to come to Madrid. The message gave a meagre account of what had occurred, and was worded optimistically. The king replied that a storm prevented his immediate departure by car from San Sebastian, but he would return to the capital by the first available train. The date fixed for the coup d'etat had been September the 14th, but events demanded that it should be put forward by 24 hours, an unusual proceeding in Spain, where delays were the order of the day. General Primo de Rivera had already announced by telegram to the Minister of War in Madrid that the garrison of Barcelona had denounced the existing parliamentary regime. The reply of the cabinet was to dispatch the Minister of Public Works to the Catalan capital with instructions to dissuade Primo de Rivera from proceeding any further on an anti-constitutional campaign. This worthy gentleman got as far as Saragossa, where he was invited to return to the capital by the earliest train. At Barcelona, at Valencia, and at Saragossa itself, a state of siege was proclaimed, and yet in Madrid the central government seems to have remained convinced that the garrison of the capital would refuse to countenance the action of their comrades elsewhere. A further inquiry, however, brought a reply from the Captain General of Madrid that he still held himself responsible for the loyalty of the Madrid army to the king, but not to the government. It was the death warrant of the civil administration. On September the 13th, from far and wide, came the news that the government of the country had been taken over by the soldiers. but that law and order reigned everywhere. In Madrid alone, the ministers were still recognised, though powerless. They, and the people, waited the arrival of the king, and the decision that he might make. On September the 14th, King Alfonso reached the capital, having travelled by the night train from San Sebastian. He was met at the station by the ministry, but the usual group of general officers was absent, the captain general and the military governor alone being present. At 10 o'clock, Señor Garcia Prieto announced that the government had resigned. At 11, the captain general waited upon the king in the royal palace to receive his majesty's instructions. At a little after midday it was announced that General Primo de Rivera had been summoned to Madrid to form a government. Without a struggle, the constitutional regime had disappeared, and no one except the parties who had directly benefited by it seemed to regret its disappearance or even to care. In Morocco, Spain had accomplished little, but in Spain the Moors had brought about a revolution and upset the constitution. A succession of armies from the peninsula had only succeeded in occupying a portion of the Spanish zone, while a few hundred Moorish tribesmen had drained the treasury of Spain. The Riffis had cleared the board with the loss of a few pawns and a castle, and had cried check to the king. It was indeed time that something was done. The first note that the President of the new Directory of Spain, General Primo de Rivera, Marqués de Estella, issued, September 13, 1923, gave a somewhat detailed description of the general situation and announced the intention of the new government to put an end to disorder by introducing a new policy with regard to Morocco, in accordance with the financial means at the disposal of the government, and compatible with the honour of Spain. The following day, referring to this subject, General Primo de Rivera criticised the methods that had been adopted heretofore in Morocco as the most expensive, the most protracted, the most useless, and the most unworthy. He had, he said, no intention whatever of confusing national honour with the Morocco question, any more than he had of showing weakness. His object would be to keep within the means at the disposal of the state the solution of a problem that had become an agonizing anxiety for the country. He proposed, therefore, to set about a complete reorganization of the system in existence, both in Morocco itself and in the departments of government at Madrid that were responsible for its administration, where, as he said, all this confusion of order, authority, plans, policies and systems has originated. He took over personally the control of the Morocco situation. In the arena of Africa, he was no debutante. He had served in Morocco as a soldier. He had suffered for his opinions on that vexed question. In March 1917, he had made a speech at Cadiz in which he had proposed the exchange of Gibraltar for Ceuta and the abandonment by Spain of her African zone. The consequence of this speech had been the dismissal from his post. It was no wonder that this sudden advent to power of a man in whose hands the destiny of Spain lay was regarded not only at home, but in every country in Europe and in America, with the greatest interest. The situation in Africa had changed since the day when, in 1917, General Primo de Rivera had counselled withdrawal. Abandonment today was beset with insuperable difficulties. To withdraw the large forces which Spain had concentrated in her African zone would mean the return to the motherland of an army deprived of the possibilities of glory, of promotion, and of honours, an inevitable prey to discontent. Once more, as at the moment of the loss of Spain's colonies, there would be nothing for the army to look ahead to but a dreary existence of provincial garrison life on pay that was insufficient for more than the bare necessities of existence, and an end to all ambition. To attempt to bring the army back to Spain under these circumstances would be an invitation to further trouble at home. General Primo de Rivera himself had set an example by overthrowing the constitutional government, an act which, however illegal, had caused no disturbance in the country's life. Could the returning army, if Morocco was abandoned, be expected to preserve the same moderation? Was it not more probable that in an attempt to introduce a purely military despotism, the streets of the cities of Spain would run with blood? It must not be forgotten that the army had still failed to attain victory, that it still felt most deeply the humiliation of the defeat of Anual, which no opportunity had yet been given to the soldiers to wipe out. To abandon Africa for Spain, to exchange the field of battle with all its possibilities and chances for the barracks of the provincial towns of their own country, would at any time have been hard. It was rendered still more hard because the advantageous pay for African service would be lost. But it was hardest of all in that the army would leave Africa with its honour unretrieved, for the one success of recent years that could be claimed, the occupation of Szechuan in 1920, was far from sufficient to wipe out Anual and the story of the Spanish prisoners in the Rif. General Primo de Rivera realized this. He knew full well that by his suppression of the constitutional government of Spain, he had won the animosity of all classes of the professional politicians. He could not afford to add to this burden of opposition, the antagonism of the army. He must find a compromise. His first act was to examine the situation. It was not a brilliant one. The successive governments of Spain had left him a burden that few would have voluntarily undertaken to shoulder, and any man, no matter how patriotic his motives, might have been forgiven for turning back upon the threshold. His advent to power at this critical moment in the history of Spain was not by any means unanimously popular, and the soldiers looked with suspicion upon the dictatorship of one who was believed to be desirous of a general retirement from Morocco, even before the army had wiped out the humiliation of its past discomfiture. General Berenguer's activity had, it is true, brought about in 1920 the occupation of Szechuan and the valley of the Wadlau, but however successful these operations appeared to be upon the map and in the press, they were realized in many quarters, from the very first, to be merely rendering the Spanish position more precarious than ever. The occupation of distant points, connected with the base only by long lines of communication through hostile country, and by their nature very difficult to maintain, could only weaken the position of Spain, never strong, in the western zone. It amounted to little more than a successful adventure, necessitating a large addition to the isolated Spanish posts that already were a weakness. General Berenguer had resigned the High Commissionership in 1922, and General Borrete was nominated in his stead. As had nearly always been the case in Spanish Morocco, the change of High Commissioner brought about also a change of policy. General Borrete, on taking over the command, had ceased all preparations for an advance, and opened a political campaign the object of which was peace with the enemy. He had obtained, after long negotiations, in January 1923, the liberation of the Spanish prisoners in the Rif, the survivors of the many who had been taken after the fall of Anual and Montaroit in 1921. The Spanish government paid a sum of nearly £150,000 as a ransom. The state of these unfortunate beings was pitiable almost beyond description. In rags and broken by every kind of suffering, they presented a picture so lamentable that, when they were taken on board the ship sent to the Rif coast for the purpose of bringing them away, many of the crew were in tears. There was no cruelty, no degradation they had not suffered. General Navarro himself, who was among those handed over, had been kept for a time in a dungeon chained to a Spanish sergeant. In a room, 3 meters square, 18 officers had been confined. 3 had died of typhus. Of the 570 prisoners, only 274 survived. It was no wonder that their state awoke at once the pity and the hate of Spain. Such events, such humiliations, could not fail to exert a very considerable influence psychologically, and the effect in the peninsula was soon felt. It took the form of a wave of indecision. No one seemed to have a remedy to propose for the amelioration of the state of affairs in Morocco, or even the spirit to propose one. The Riffies were kept fully informed of the spirit of hesitation that existed from one end of Spain to the other, and they did not fail to take advantage of it. Abd el-Krim redoubled his propaganda, and his prestige increased. He seized this opportunity to exert his influence among the Jabala tribes. Freed from anxiety by the new Pacific policy of General Burton, he turned his attention to his great and only rival, Sully, who, though ill at Tazrut, his stronghold in the Beni Aros tribe, was still a menace to the Riffi cause in the west. But a quarrel with one of his followers, almost a youth, was destined to do incalculable harm to Sully's cause. After a successful raid on the part of his men, Sully, whose avarice seemed ever to be increasing, deprived the band of what they considered their legitimate share of the plunder. None dared to protest, except a certain very young tribesman of the Beni Hosmar tribe, Ahmedo Herrero by name. With a courage that was as remarkable as it was probably unwise, he told Sully what he thought of him, and before there was time for punishment, he fled with a few followers and offered his services to Abdelkrim. They were made welcome. By an exhibition of great personal courage, by masterly leadership, and by unswerving devotion, Herrero, whose origin was of the humblest, became the principal lieutenant of the Riffis in the western zone. His one great and overpowering ambition was to have revenge on Sully. In the end, he succeeded. Sully was supporting the Spaniards, loyally if not enthusiastically, and there is no doubt that throughout all this period, when General Burton had persuaded him to forget the animosity of his predecessor, General Berenguer, Sully's intentions were to aid Spain, and at the same time to prevent the spread of Abdelkrim's influence into the country which he had learned to consider as his own. The Spaniards were threatened on the Melilla front with a Riffi offensive, and in order to prevent the sending of troops from the western zone to reinforce their army in that direction, Abdelkrim instructed Herrero to open a campaign of aggression against the Spanish posts and Spanish convoys in the region of Tetuan. It was this dual threat that had brought matters to a climax and caused the coup d'etat, but by that time General Burton had already been deprived of the High Commissionership on the occasion of a change of government in Madrid, and Señor Silvela, a civilian, was at that moment the head of the Spanish government in Morocco. General Primo de Rivera immediately replaced him by General Aizpuru. End of Section 8. Section 9 of France, Spain, and the Rif, Part 1, by Walter Burton Harris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alistair. Chapter 5b, The Relief of Szechuan. The first few months of the Directory saw no great changes in the state of Spanish Morocco. The attention of the government was largely occupied with home affairs, with the reorganization of the army in Morocco, and with the conference which was being held in Paris on the vexed question of Tangier. The rainy season put an early stop to hostilities, and it was not until the following February 1924 that the Riffis began to show activity, this time on the Melilla front, near Tizi Azza and Dar el Madar. Abdelkrim had not been idle, and during the winter months he had reorganized his forces and strengthened his relations with the Jabala tribes. In the Hamara too, between the Rif and Jabala, he had collected a considerable harka for the purpose of the invasion of the occupied district of the Wadlao, and for the cutting of the Spanish communications between Szechuan and Tetuan. This western Riffi offensive, however, did not begin until May, when the Wadlao posts were suddenly attacked. There was no doubt that General Primo de Rivera was already convinced that unless some radical change was made in the plan of campaign in Morocco, the war would be protracted indefinitely. A great responsibility rested upon him. He had promised, it was in fact the principal reason for his coup d'etat, to put an end to the humiliating situation in Africa, and already many months had passed and little or nothing had been accomplished. All initiative still rested in the hands of the enemy, who had again attacked in force. For the Spaniards, to advance farther into the Rif presented no temptation. It would only be a continuation of a policy of adventure, and multiply the already too numerous posts scattered far and wide over the country. General Primo de Rivera decided on a course which, while it prejudiced his popularity with the army, was both reasonable and wise. He made it quite clear, without at this moment entering upon the details of his plan, that all the troops were to be brought back to the bases nearer the coast, and the outlying posts to be abandoned. It was a policy of sacrifice, but any sacrifice was better than running the risks of a second annual. It was intended, while only occupying certain less exposed districts of the zone, which could be easily defended behind a strong line, to leave the rest in the jurisdiction of two chiefs, nominated by the Khalifa of the Sultan and confirmed by the Spanish government, Abd el-Krim in the Rif and Raisuli in the Jabala. It was no easy policy to carry out, for it would mean the abandonment of certain tribes that throughout had been loyal to Spain, to the tender mercies of the chiefs against whom they had fought. The Spanish authorities trusted to be able to maintain friendly relations not only with these great chiefs themselves, but also with the tribesmen. At any rate, it seemed to General Primo de Rivera the only feasible solution of Spain's troubles in Morocco. Already the situation was becoming critical. Fighting was taking place far behind the Spanish line of advanced posts, and in the early days of July the sound of distant guns was often audible in Tangier from the direction of Tetuan. And the needless war, with all the sufferings it entailed, was in full blast again. It was a tragedy for the Spaniards that, at the moment when they hoped peace might be in sight, when they were on the point of withdrawing their outlying garrisons and of abandoning their scattered posts, Abd el-Krim should have launched this new offensive. By the end of the first week in July, practically all the Wadlau posts were besieged, and an expeditionary force was attempting their relief. It needed a considerable effort to prevent the war reaching the very walls of Tetuan. So close was the fighting to the capital of the Spanish zone that on the 29th of June, 20 Spanish aeroplanes made over 50 flights and dropped more than 600 bombs on the villages of the immediate neighbourhood to the south of the town. These tribal villages consist of large agglomerations of thatched houses. The tribesmen were absent fighting, but the women and children were reported to have been in the villages and to have suffered heavily. The Moors had already begun to look upon these Christian methods of warfare, as they called them, as inevitable, but any Spanish soldier who fell into their hands at this period was lucky indeed if he escaped torture and mutilation before being put to death. In the second week of July, General Primo de Rivera arrived in Tetuan. At the moment of his leaving Madrid, the Gazette published a royal decree ordering the reorganization of the administration of Spanish Morocco and concentrating all powers exercised by Spain under the existing treaties in the hands of the High Commissioner, General Aizpuru. With General Primo de Rivera's arrival in Tetuan, a new period of activity was initiated. His stay there was of sufficient duration to allow his paying a hurried visit to the Szechuan and the Wadlau front, but there was an indication of increasing hostilities, and during the whole of his visit, aeroplanes were busily engaged in bombing the hills to the south of Tetuan. A certain number of the Wadlau posts had been relieved by the expeditionary force that had been dispatched for that purpose, but the two columns penetrating the Lau Valley from the east and west, respectively, had met with so much opposition that they had failed to effect a junction. July passed without any change at the front, but the enemy pressure was surely, if slowly, increasing. Early in August, reinforcements began to arrive from Spain, and the official communiqué issued at Madrid described the situation as being complicated by a general rising of the tribes. On August the 13th, more of the Spanish posts were cut off, and new districts went over to the enemy. There were desertions, too, amongst the native troops. On the 17th, Madrid announced still further revolts, and the Beni Hassan and Homara tribes were officially reported as attacking in a determined manner. Posts, it was acknowledged, had been lost, and the road between Tetuan and Szechuan was threatened. The treachery of the Beni Said tribesmen rendered the situation still more difficult, for their country lay between Tetuan and Szechuan and the Wadlau front. Nor was it the enemy alone that hampered the Spanish movements. Heat and thirst rendered their task, at times, almost beyond human endurance, and 3 columns under the command of General Serrano were obliged for these reasons to retire to the Wadlau base at the mouth of the river of that name. Nor was the Larache district free from trouble, and even near the Fondak de Vangedida, on the Tangier-Tetuan road, a Spanish camp was heavily attacked. Abdel-Krim had turned his whole attention to the western seat of the war. The Wad Lao Szechuan front was only held with difficulty, and no longer served any purpose, for the natives had risen far behind it, and by isolating and besieging the posts, were able to communicate with the Rif without let or hindrance. It was with great difficulty that provisions and ammunition could reach such positions as were accessible, and the convoys were constantly attacked. On August the 24th, the Wad Lao columns stormed the enemy positions on the hills overlooking the valley, and drove them back. But the Spaniards suffered heavily, no less than 5 officers being killed, with corresponding losses amongst the men. There were at this period 90,000 Spanish troops, counting native soldiers, on this western front of the Spanish zone, and yet fighting continued almost under the walls of Tetuan. On August the 28th, the Spanish government issued a communiqué at Madrid that did not disguise how serious the situation had become. After describing the natural difficulties of the country, the rugged mountains, and the almost impenetrable brushwood, the communiqué stated that it was thirst rather than sickness or casualties that was retarding the success of the relief of the besieged posts. Heavy rains, too, had fallen, long before the usual wet season, and had alternated with spells of great heat, which had seriously affected the health of the army. With the exception of the Tetuan-Szechuan road, little more than goat tracks existed in the country, and generally the troops had to advance in single file. The only means of provisioning the Wad Lao front was by sea, but there was no shelter for the ships, and gales had been of constant occurrence. It was as often as not impossible to disembark. The troops bore these hardships with courage and resignation, but it was not a brilliant or hopeful picture. On September the 1st, General Primo de Rivera, who had returned to Madrid, announced that the situation was far from satisfactory, and that 6,000 more soldiers, 8 battalions, were being sent to the front from Spain. His communiqué ended with a statement that affairs were developing in a manner that necessitated the greatest efforts, serenity, and a firm determination. On September the 3rd, a further communiqué warned the people of Spain to be prepared for operations of a very important character, for many more posts were now endangered. The rising, it said, was now general. It was a real war between Spain and Morocco. On the same day, the Spanish embassy in London announced the fall of several positions. But it was not only in the Tetuan-Szechuan-Wad Lao region that the enemy was showing great activity, for the Tangier-Tetuan road was in their hands, and the telegraph and telephone lines were cut. By September, Spain had 100,000 men in the western part of her zone, of whom 60,000 were in the Tetuan district. The organization of such a force was putting a great strain upon the Spanish authorities. The newly arrived soldiers were mostly quite insufficiently trained, and had no idea of how to handle their rifles. They were courageous and willing, but they had been brought straight from their barracks in Spain into the midst of a most difficult and trying kind of warfare. The officers were wanting in experience and lacking in enthusiasm. The enemy were efficient, mobile, and cruel. The hospitals were full. Szechuan was still accessible, but with difficulty, and the convoys suffered much. In the first days of September, a number of motor lorries were destroyed by the enemy, who, on the Wad Lao front, had captured several posts with their artillery and stores intact. Large quantities of arms and ammunition had fallen into their hands. On September the 1st, a battle was fought within 2 miles of Tetuan, and the troops of the garrison were engaged. A few miles to the west of the town, the large camp of Laosian was completely isolated, and insecurity existed up to the very walls of the capital of the Spanish zone. On September the 5th, General Primo de Rivera at Madrid announced that the situation necessitated his presence in Morocco, and that Admiral Magaz would replace him as acting president of the Directory. He he left the same night for Tetuan, accompanied by Generals Jordana, Muslera, and Rodriguez. This decision, taken without any previous warning, caused no little anxiety in Spain, and rendered it very evident that all was not well. It was said, and there is reason to believe that it was so, that General Primo de Rivera's sudden visit to Tetuan was as much connected with the sentiments of the army as with the actual difficulty of the military situation. There was, as he must have been aware, a strong feeling of opposition among the officers to his plan for the evacuation of so much country before some signal victory had been obtained to wipe out the bitter recollection of the past. But General Primo de Rivera could not allow the critical situation on the front to be prolonged without running the danger of another annual, and he realized what another annual would mean to Spain. This second visit of the Marqués de Estella to Tetuan was paid under very different circumstances to his earlier one. Then it had been all garlands and flags and coloured lanterns. Today, many of the European women and children had already left or were leaving, and enemy bullets constantly fell inside the walls of the town. From the windows of their houses, built above the city walls, the residents could watch battles taking place within a very few miles of the gates. Sick and wounded were being brought in and sent on to Ceuta, for the Tetuan hospitals were crowded. Events in the district were moving fast. General Riquelme, with a strong force, was reported as cut off at Soquellaba, about halfway between Tetuan and Szechuan, and a strong column was sent to his assistance to permit his retiring on Dar Ben Karish, near Tetuan. General Capo Delano commanded this relief column. He passed the night at Dar Ben Karish on September the 7th, and met General Riquelme's column on the following day a few miles to the south. The united columns retired on Dar Ben Karish, suffering heavy losses. By this retirement from Soquellaba, the Tetuan-Szechuan road was now in the hands of the enemy, and the communications with the latter town cut. Before retiring, General Riquelme had withdrawn the garrisons of all the posts that were within reach, and thus the upper valley of the Wadlao had, to all intents and purposes, been evacuated. The security in that region was so threatened by this retirement, and by the increased enemy pressure, that it was decided to withdraw all the remaining garrisons, including that of the fortified camp at the mouth of the River Lao. Continual strong east winds had forced the Spanish warships to abandon the anchorage, and the situation of the camp was precarious. Rey Sully was rendering, all this time, a certain aid to the Spaniards, but its value was small in face of the general attitude of the tribes. His contingents had been cut off from direct contact with the Spaniards by the invasion of armed Riffi bands. On September the 8th, General Primo de Rivera ordered the evacuation of all the remaining posts, an operation that was immediately undertaken, in preparation, it was understood, for a new offensive. 29 officers and 740 men, with 6 pieces of artillery, were withdrawn by sea from Mater, near the mouth of the Wadlao. General Primo de Rivera, at this juncture, again publicly declared that his policy was to retire all the outlying Spanish garrisons and concentrate his forces behind a line strong enough to withstand all enemy attacks, pending the opening of political action for an understanding with the tribesmen of the Rif and Jabala. The line that he intended to hold was now made public. It extended from the Mediterranean shore, a little to the southeast of Tetuan, along the northern slopes of the mountains facing that town, to the Fondak of Angedida, thence turning southward and running almost parallel to the Atlantic Ocean as far as the frontier of the Spanish-French zones, to the east of Alcazar. But before this plan could be put into action, the garrison of Szechuan, now entirely cut off, must be relieved, and 40,000 troops were collected for this purpose in the neighbourhood of Tetuan. The advance began on September the 23rd by a series of local movements, principally with a view to the occupation of strategic positions near the base. General Espuro de Mondejar was the nominal commander in the field, but it was well known that General Primo de Rivera was the originator and organizer of the expedition, and on him the whole responsibility rested. The advance of the troops was preceded by the distribution by aeroplane of an immense number of manifestos to the tribes, printed in Arabic. These manifestos stated that there was no intention on the part of the Spaniards to abandon Morocco, and threatened the rebellious tribes with severe chastisement. At the same time, an order to the Spanish troops was issued by General Espuro. He stated that the task of the Tetuan forces would be rendered easier by a simultaneous advance of a Spanish army from Larache, but that each force would retain its complete liberty of initiative and action. A steady advance was to be maintained throughout the whole operation, and no defensive action would be fought except to protect the flanks of the columns. Not for 1 minute, the order continued, must the honour of the Spanish army be retarded, or the deliverance of the Spanish troops whom it is sent to save be delayed. He threatened with dire punishment those who might forget their duty through idleness, negligence, or want of energy. He urged the army to chastise severely the tribes, to burn their villages, and to pillage their cattle. It had all the appearances of being the order of a man who had little confidence in the soldiers under his command. The army destined to relieve Szechuan, for it fulfilled its mission, was divided into 4 columns. One, under the command of Colonel Avilo, was to proceed by the main Tetuan-Szechuan road, while along the mountain tops to the east a second column, under General Castro Garona, was to make a parallel advance. To the west of the road, in touch always with Colonel Avilo's column, was a force under General Serrano. A 4th column, commanded by General Federico Berenguer, a brother of the former High Commissioner of Morocco, was held in reserve at the base of Dar Ben Karish. The first day's march demonstrated that the contact between the columns was a matter of great difficulty. General Castro Garona met with serious resistance in the rugged mountain tops near Darai, and on September 25th was forced to descend to the valley, finding further advance along the heights impossible. He joined Colonel Avilo's column on the Szechuan road. This, of course, left the left flank of the united column exposed to attack from the east, where the mountains of Beni Hassan rose directly from the road. The whole plan of advance was modified, and General Castro Garona's and General Serrano's forces were sent on in advance to occupy positions along the road ahead, and thus facilitate the advance of Colonel Avila's column with the artillery and transport. On September the 27th, General Castro Garona reached Sokelaba, the position which General Riquelme had been obliged, so short a time before, to evacuate. Sokelaba is almost halfway between Tetuan and Szechuan. On the 28th he occupied the surrounding heights. The enemy did not react until September the 28th, when a series of attacks were made upon the Spanish convoys between Sokelaba and the base at Dar Ben Karish. News reached the relieving forces that Szechuan was holding out with no great effort, but that difficulty was being experienced in provisioning the outlying posts and blockhouses. Meanwhile, in the Larache region, no very serious attempts to reach Szechuan from that direction seem to have been made. The concentration of the enemy on the Tetuan-Szechuan front was, however, taken advantage of to relieve a number of the Spanish posts that were in difficulties further to the west. Raisuli was still at Tazrut, but it was proposed, owing to the Spanish withdrawal from the neighbouring region, that he should retire to Arzaila under the protection of the Spanish troops. It was considered very undesirable that he should be left exposed to the direct attack of Abdelkrim's Riffis. No matter if the aid that Raisuli was actually rendering to the Spaniards was insignificant, the very fact of his prestige, and that he still declared himself a friend of Spain, was an asset of considerable value, and the Spanish authorities were desirous that no ill should befall him. He, however, in spite of much pressure, refused to abandon Tazrut, partly, no doubt, because he was very ill, partly because he refused to separate himself from the vast stores of grain and arms and ammunition that he possessed there, the transport of which to the coast was out of the question, and partly, very likely, because he had no real confidence in the Spanish authorities. He liked to pretend, too, that his position was such that no one would venture to molest him, and that if they did, he was invincible. As the distance between the Spanish columns advancing on Szechuan and their base increased, the enemy pressure became more marked. General Primo de Rivera and General Jordana, visiting the troops near Darkarish, were ambushed and nearly lost their lives. On September the 30th, General Serrano entered Szechuan. He found the town sufficiently provisioned and the garrison in tolerable spirits, but the number of sick and wounded had been, and was, a great strain on their resources. The same day that Szechuan was successfully relieved, the Larache troops fought a serious engagement in the Beni Arros during the evacuation of a series of posts. 3 Spanish columns were engaged and the losses were heavy. The enemy claimed to have captured guns and a large quantity of arms and ammunition, and the important Spanish camp of Soquel Camas was completely isolated. So serious was the situation of these surrounded troops that the Spanish authorities of Tetuan had to resort to the expenditure of large sums of money in order to procure their retirement. Immediately after the Spanish troops had entered Szechuan, the tribesmen led by Abdelkrim's Riffis occupied the heights above the road leading to Tetuan. There had been little resistance to the Spanish advance, but the enemy was determined to render their retirement very difficult, if not impossible. On October the 1st, a convoy returning empty to Tetuan was attacked and 40 motor lorries were destroyed. All along the road, the troops whose duty it was to keep the communications open were being harassed. As fast as possible and whenever the occasion allowed, the sick and wounded were evacuated under strong escort, and preparations were made for the complete abandonment of the town. The season was already advanced, and rain had fallen. At any moment the road might become impracticable. In order to withdraw the few remaining garrisons of the Upper Wadlau posts as quickly as possible, recourse was made again to money. Meanwhile, the troops on and near the Hamara coast, farther east between the Jabala and the Rif, were withdrawn by sea, to be followed on November the 15th by the abandonment of all the remaining Wadlau positions, the troops being embarked by night on warships sent for the purpose. The enemy seemed to have been quite unaware of this skilful withdrawal, and the first they learned of it was the concentrated bombardment of the abandoned camp and posts by the Spanish warships, a precaution lest the large quantity of material left behind should fall into the possession of the enemy. To the west, too, the retirement continued, and all the outlying posts of the Larache district were being one by one evacuated, an operation greatly retarded by bad weather. General Ezpuru, the High Commissioner, whose health was said to be precarious, had resigned in the middle of October, and General Primo de Rivera himself succeeded him. He did not, however, abandon his position as President of the Spanish Directory, which he continued to hold in conjunction with his new post of High Commissioner in Morocco. Almost his first act was once more to take the public of Spain into his confidence with a frankness and sincerity that are very typical of his character. He did not hesitate to publicly criticize the actions of his predecessors for having strewn Morocco with over 400 posts and blockhouses, which, he said, absorbed over 20,000 men. Most of these posts were cut off from water by the very fact that they had to be situated on high ground. Many had been captured by the enemy, together with large quantities of arms and ammunition. He intended, he said, to relieve all such posts as were still isolated, an operation that must be expected to cause further losses. This once accomplished, and the garrisons withdrawn, he would fortify the new baseline, rendering it impregnable, and he would then endeavour to enter upon a period of negotiation with the tribes, whose goodwill he hoped to win by the construction of useful public works and a policy of attraction. His communiqué was not without criticism of the army, whose spirit left much to be desired. Every effort was necessary, for the situation was critical, and the winter rains were already beginning. The Spanish garrison was still in Szechuan, and it was absolutely essential that it should be withdrawn without delay. On November the 3rd, General Primo de Rivera issued an order to the army. "It is regrettable," it ran, "that the troops should give way at this moment to pessimism, which is destroying the morale of the army. In order to remedy this disgraceful weakness, I order all commanding officers and soldiers to refrain from all criticism or discussion of these questions, and that they shall immediately put under arrest any military subordinate or civilian who may disobey me. They shall pass them over to me to be tried by court-martial. Should their guilt be proven, they will be executed. The High Command of the Army is hereby authorized to carry out this penalty upon the persons of any who resist arrest or show signs of disobedience in the field. The order concluded with an expression of General Primo de Rivera's intention to act in all cases with the utmost severity. End of section 9. Section 10 of France, Spain, and the Rif, Part 1, by Walter Burton Harris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alistair. Chapter 6. Evacuation of Szechuan. Szechuan was evacuated on November 17, 1924, by the Spanish forces which had formed its garrison, and the relief column, in all about 10,000 men. It had been the intention of the Spanish command to withdraw earlier, but very considerable difficulty had been experienced in the retirement of the garrisons of the outlying positions. Only one by one could these small posts be relieved, and the handful of men who had defended them rescued from their critical situation. At times these sorties occasioned more casualties than the number of men saved, and they could only be undertaken after careful preparation. It proved a slow and difficult operation. From the date on which General Primo de Rivera had taken over the command in Morocco, 180 outlying posts had already been suppressed. The wisdom of this policy was becoming more and more apparent, for with the increase of Abdelkrim's influence in the Jabala, the existence of these posts would have become a source of the gravest anxiety and of the gravest danger. Of the task he had set himself, there remained now only the most difficult item, the evacuation of Szechuan itself. From every point of view it was a serious undertaking. Szechuan was a holy city, and had always existed in an atmosphere of mystery and romance. Its occupation by the Spaniards in 1920 had been received in Spain with an exaggerated but comprehensible enthusiasm, and its capture was looked upon as the opening of a new era in Morocco. It could not, therefore, but be a matter of deep regret and disappointment that only 4 years later it had been found necessary to evacuate the town. The withdrawal of the garrisons of many small posts all over the zone, and the suppressions of the posts themselves, was comparatively a matter of indifference to the Spaniard at home, but the abandonment of the only town of the Jabala, the name of which had become known throughout the peninsula, was a blow that was much felt. General Primo de Rivera's popularity was affected not a little, and his policy criticised, but he was not the man to be turned from any task to which he had undertaken in the interests of his country. It was not long before it was realised that he had taken the right course, and was guiding Spanish policy in Morocco in the right direction. The garrison of Szechuan abandoned the town on the morning of November the 17th. They destroyed nothing, merely taking away with them as much movable property as it was possible to transport, for it was the Spanish intention to return at a more propitious date and to reoccupy the place. This they successfully accomplished in August 1926. The first day's march was uneventful, but the enemy who had allowed the Spanish relief column to reach Szechuan almost without a shot being fired was in wait for the retirement. They hailed with joy every delay in the date of departure, for they knew that if rain fell their task would be doubly easy. The night of November the 18th, the Spanish forces camped at Dar Akoba. The following day the advance guard, under General Castro Gerona, reached Sokelaba, halfway between Szechuan and Tetuan. It was there that they learned that the rear guard had been furiously attacked in a defile where the road was commanded by high hills and the valley narrow. The long-expected rain had fallen, and a storm swept the whole district. The country was a sea of mud, and the roads seriously damaged, and every stream flooded. It was not until November the 21st that the news was published in Spain, and then only item by item was the truth allowed to appear. The retiring army had been attacked, a general and a colonel had been killed, many officers were wounded, the casualties were heavy. Then more detailed reports appeared. General Serrano was dead, General Federico Berenguer wounded. The casualties were over 1,000. The arrival at Soc el Arba of the disordered troops was described as pitiable. The cold, the wet, and massacre had broken their nerves. Hundreds of stragglers, unable to keep up, had fallen into the hands of the enemy and had been brutally killed. Yet there had been acts of great courage and great endurance, and the Spanish soldier showed then, as he has shown over and over again in Morocco, an admirable demeanour in circumstances of appalling difficulty. The enemy took no prisoners, he merely killed, and the valley was strewn with dead. From Soc el Arba, General Castro Garona with the advance guard reached Ben Karish on November the 19th, leaving the main body of the army cut off at Soc el Arba. From all sides the tribes massed to attack the camp. The rain continued, and every rivulet was a roaring torrent. Little by little, day by day, small bodies of troops fought their way through to Ben Karish, and it was not until December the 11th that the last of the Spanish forces left Soc el Arba, after having destroyed the camp and burnt what they could not transport. The final retirement had been carefully prepared. At dawn, the Spanish airmen were bombing the hills on both flanks, while a column had been sent southward from the Angira district to threaten the Beni Adir from the north, and to cut off any enemy reinforcements that might have been approaching from Wadras further west. To the east, high above the road, a second column made a demonstration in the direction of Darai, holding in check the Beni Said. Meanwhile, the troops at Dar Ben Karish advanced to meet the force retiring from Soc el Arba. Early in the day, Soc el Arba was abandoned, and the troops set out, the rearguard consisting of the Foreign Legion and native troops with armoured cars. The enemy's attack, in spite of all these precautions, was severe, and at times there was hand-to-hand fighting with knives, bayonets, and clubs. The Spanish losses on that last day of the retirement were 450 killed and wounded. Colonel Villegas was killed. On December the 13th the retreat was over, and the surviving soldiers of the Szechuan garrison reached Ben Karish. General Primo de Rivera issued the following order to the retiring army. You entered Tetuan in triumph, having carried out the most difficult operation after having raised the sieges and assured the evacuations of the outlying posts. You have retired through a long valley, the hills on both sides of which were held by the enemy. This was necessary in the interests and for the honour of Spain. In realizing this operation, far more arduous than any offensive, you have given an example of sacrifice and of discipline. Bravo, generals, commanding officers, and men. A new trail of Spanish blood marks the track of civilization. There is still work to be done, to dominate the hearts of rebellion that have treacherously been lit behind our lines while you have been away fighting. The punishment will be quick but severe. As for me, I can only tell you that if with your helpful aid I can render my country an important service, I shall be eternally grateful. Your General-in-Chief, Miguel Primo de Rivera. Further west in the Lucas Valley, the Al-Sarif tribe continued in rebellion, and the important Spanish camp and post of Meshra was isolated by the enemy. On November the 16th, Colonel Carrasco relieved the position and was able to withdraw the majority of the garrison, leaving a sufficient force to protect the post. On November the 19th, it was found possible to evacuate the sick and wounded to Alcazar, and at the same time the garrisons of the smaller surrounding posts were one by one withdrawn. Notwithstanding the presence of the enemy and much bad weather, this was successfully accomplished. In his order to the army quoted above, General Primo de Rivera had mentioned rebellion behind the Spanish lines. He referred to the Angera tribe, who, with their neighbours the Huas and the Wadras, had at various spots attacked the Spanish posts and caused the suppression of not a few. There had been, too, a collision at the Soc el Camas of Angera, and the Spanish soldiers had suffered casualties. All the troops were engaged elsewhere, and General Primo de Rivera decided to postpone the punishment of these three tribes, whose country lay behind the Primo line, till later. In the first week of December, the Spanish post of Alcazar Sarria, on the Angera coast of the Straits of Gibraltar, was surprised and captured by the enemy, assisted by a number of native workmen employed by the Spaniards. Several officers were taken prisoners. Other posts in the surrounding district fell or were abandoned. By the end of the year, General Primo de Rivera's task was completed. The Spanish army was back on its permanent line along its whole front, from Tetuan to the east of Alcazar. Blockhouses within easy distance of one another had been erected throughout its entire length, and its security was assured. The only spot behind this line where there was any sign of rebellion was the Angera. The withdrawal of all the outlying posts and garrisons, including those of Szechuan, had been costly. The losses and casualties suffered in this autumn campaign of 1924 were given as follows. Killed, 1 general, 6 lieutenant colonels, 8 majors, and 175 other officers. About 600 officers were wounded, and the casualties, including missing, amongst the men reached 17,000. On December the 31st, General Primo de Rivera surprised the public with another candid proclamation. I am every day more convinced that the surprise attacks on the part of the enemy are much less due to his competence than to our own incapacity and negligence. Often the soldiers march in close order, half asleep, their ears covered by the collars of their cloaks, and with their rifles unprepared. It is indispensable and urgent that once again, and immediately, the commanders should summon all officers, and they in turn the non-commissioned officers and men, and warn them, showing them how to mount guard, how to carry out their duties, and how to march on paths and tracks. No patrols should proceed in groups. They should advance in open order, with their flanks covered and protected, and with their arms ready to reply to the first shot fired at them. It is incredible that after the long experience of this war, it should be necessary to add these lessons to those unhappy experiences which this campaign has already taught us. And above all, that it is needful to repeat the recommendation to train and to instruct on all occasions our soldiers, so obedient, so patient, so disciplined, so honest, but so confiding and so inexperienced. From the date of the issue of this order, every aggression of the enemy will be followed by an inquiry, and judges will establish whether the troop that has suffered attack has been properly instructed, has been accustomed to mounting guard, if it has been daily inspected by the commanders, and if it was properly supported. I am resolved to escape the risks of these aggressions and surprises, the only danger which still exists, and I shall at once hold responsible those who have permitted their occurrence by want of preparation or of care, and I shall inscribe in their records a special mention, in one sense or another, as to how they have fulfilled their obligations. The Chief of the General Staff, Ignacio Despujol. This order conveys the impression, and it was no doubt for that reason that it was issued, that in spite of long experience, neither the officers nor the men had yet acquired a thorough knowledge of warfare in Morocco. General Primo de Rivera now turned his attention to the Angera and the adjacent tribes. The tribesmen's access to the Tangier zone was cut off as far as was possible by placing a line of blockhouses along a part of the frontier of the two zones. This blockade, though not entirely successful, certainly impeded the tribesmen from obtaining supplies, though they often ventured to pass between the Spanish posts at night, risking death and wounds rather than support the situation of semi-starvation that the blockade occasioned them. A large number of women almost nightly attempted to get through, taking local produce to the Tangier market and bringing back, if successful, supplies from there. Many were shot in the endeavour. In time the Spaniards set every kind of trap for them, and not a few were killed and wounded by mines that were fired by wires laid across the tracks. Yet these women of the Jabala never, until the blockade was finally removed, hesitated to attempt to get through. Often they were forced to bring their young children with them on their backs, having nowhere to leave them, and these innocent babies frequently shared their mother's fate. The submission of the Angera, however, was only a question of time. They were separated from the other Jabala tribes by the strong Primo line, and cut off from Tangier by recently installed blockhouses. To support themselves became a matter of great difficulty. To obtain arms and ammunition, almost impossible. Nevertheless, their revolt caused much annoyance and some loss to the Spaniards, and necessitated the presence of 10,000 troops to guard the 20 miles of railway between Tetuan and Ceuta. In the middle of January 1925, General Primo de Rivera left Tetuan for Madrid. After many months of strenuous work in Morocco, he had already justified his policy, for the Spanish army was firmly entrenched and in comparative security. The danger of the many hundreds of outlying posts was finally removed. His task had been an ungrateful one, the liquidation of the inefficiency and the incompetence of the past, and the reversal of General Berenguer's recent policy of conquest. An amusing though dangerous incident occurred at this time on the frontier of the Tangier and Spanish zones. The frontier, although delimited, had never been marked, and Spanish aeroplanes from time to time dropped bombs well inside the Tangier zone, causing not only damage to life and property, but also much indignation amongst the peaceful inhabitants of the neutral territory. A dispute having arisen on one of these occasions as to the exact spot where the bombs had fallen, a commission of the French and Spanish officers commanding the international military police of the Tangier zone and of the officers of the Spanish zone met to examine the question and visited the spot. When nearing the scene of the incident, but well within the frontier of the Tangier zone, the commission of inquiry was heavily bombed by a Spanish aeroplane, and it was only by precipitate flight and hiding amongst the rocks that they escaped without injury. It was a somewhat convincing reply to the Spanish denials that their bombs ever fell in Tangier's neutral territory. It was close to the frontier of the two zones, and at a distance of not more than 10 or 12 miles from the town of Tangier, that on January the 22nd, 5,000 Spanish troops engaged the Angera tribesmen. The Spaniards advanced in force and installed a further succession of blockhouses from the shore of the Straits of Gibraltar along the frontier of the Spanish and Tangier zones, to join up 10 miles south with the Primo line near Agaya. This practically completed the blockade, and rendered life in the Angera far more difficult than it had been before. There was scarcely a night that one or other of the blockhouses was not engaged in firing on little bands of Jabala, attempting to pass through the lines. This battle of January the 22nd was entirely successful. The troops were aided by the gunfire of Spanish warships in the straits. The withdrawal of the Spanish troops from practically all the Jabala districts left Raisuli at the mercy of the Riffis. He had refused, when invited to do so, to retire with the Spanish forces back to the coast, and insisted on remaining at his stronghold at Tazrut in the Beni Aros. He was already a very sick man. Dropsy had swollen his legs, and rendered his whole appearance unsightly. He was immensely fat from the effects of this distressing malady, but he was still the strong man of the Jabala, half reverenced, wholly feared, unforgiving and avaricious. His religious prestige still stood him in good stead. He was a Sharif, a descendant of the Prophet, and the saint whose tomb near Tazrut is the most reverenced in North Morocco. Malai Abdesalam ben Mashish was his direct ancestor. But no one who saw him as he was in these later days could have recognized the slight, sad-faced, handsome youth that I had known over 30 years before. Firm in the belief of his own invincibility, refusing to be separated from his fortune and his vast stores of grain, of rifles, and of ammunition, he insisted on remaining at Tazrut, always mocking the Riffis and their army. But the departure of the Spanish troops left the two strong men face to face, Abdel-Krim, capable, energetic, and enduring, who had already proven himself a successful leader of men, and now at the height of his popularity, and Raisuli, sick but deep in cunning, with his arrogance and his unending belief in his own luck. And between the two stood Ahmedo Herrero, sworn to revenge himself upon his former chief, Raisuli, and serving for this end his new master, the Riffi leader. Herrero could never forget or forgive Raisuli's slight and his injustice. At his request, Abdel-Krim sent him Riffi contingents to give backbone to his Jabala levies. Collecting his tribesmen, fiercely urging them to fight, Herrero attacked Tazrut. The stronghold was captured and Raisuli taken prisoner. Long before any details of the event were known, the news had spread from peak to peak and from valley to valley. Raisuli had fallen. He was a prisoner of Abdel-Krim. The effect was profound. The tribes which had up to then remained faithful to him went over in a body to the Riffi cause. The Sheikh of Jebel Habib, a firm adherent of Raisuli's, was taken prisoner by a handful of Riffis. Kaid Ayashi Zalal of the Beni Massawa fled to security behind the Spanish lines with his family and as much of his property as he could transport, and as large a number of his flocks and herds as he could drive away. The Anjira, on the point of submission, once more returned to open revolt. It was Sunday, January the 25th, that Abdel-Krim's Riffi contingents, and such Jabala tribesmen as were faithful to the Riffi cause, began the encircling movement of Raisuli's stronghold. On Monday, they attacked. The fighting was very heavy, and there were many casualties on both sides. Raisuli's men fought well against heavy odds all that day, but towards evening they were driven back on Tazrut, and the Riffis closed in. On Tuesday, Tazrut was taken. Raisuli, who, sick as he was, had defended his residence up to the last, was carried through his dwelling into the adjoining mausoleum of his ancestors, where he took sanctuary. All firing then ceased. 3 leaders of the Riffi party, Ahmedo Herrero, who, till a few months ago, had been one of Raisuli's most steadfast adherents, a secretary of Abdel-Krim by name Boulaya, and a certain Shawnee, entered the precincts of the tomb. Raisuli, who was unable to stand or walk, owing to dropsy in his legs, lay on the floor. He surrendered, stating that if his life was spared, he would obey Abdel-Krim's orders, whatever they might be. Seeing Ahmedo Herrero, who had led the attack against him, he chided him for his disloyalty, to be told in turn that it was Raisuli's own injustice to him that had driven him into the ranks of the Riffis. One incident had to be explained. In the attack upon Tazrut there had been an act of treachery. Herrero had sent Raisuli a letter 2 days previously demanding that he should declare himself a true Muslim by joining Abdel-Krim's campaign against the Spaniards, or die as an infidel and an ally of the Christian enemy. This letter Herrero had entrusted to the Kaid of Beni Late, who had once suffered imprisonment at Raisuli's hands. In revenge, the Cade secreted the missive, declaring that he had delivered it, but that Raisuli had vouchsafed no reply. Questioned on this point by Herrero, Raisuli denied ever having received the letter, and the Cade of Benileit confessed to having suppressed it. He was that night tried for having caused an unnecessary loss of life amongst Muslims engaged in holy war. He was found guilty and shot. After many mutual recriminations, Raisuli finally reasserted to Herrero his readiness to use all his influence and all his fortune in the interests of Abd el-Krim. He ordered his young son, a boy of about 16 years of age, and his nephew, Mulai Ali, both of whom had been slightly wounded during the fighting, to proceed to Szechuan and there surrender themselves to Abd el-Krim's brother, who commanded the Riffi forces in that region. The young men bore an autographed letter from Raisuli stating that only a severe illness prevented his coming in person, and he begged the Riffi chief to come to Tazrut to discuss the terms of the surrender. A strong guard was placed round the village, where nothing was touched, nor was any member of Raisuli's family molested. His principal followers were also prisoners of the Riffis. Wednesday broke unpropitiously, for the Spaniards at Tetuan, under the impression that Raisuli was still holding out, sent aeroplanes to bomb the Riffi contingents in the immediate neighbourhood of Tazrut. Abd el-Krim's commanders at once visited Raisuli and told him to communicate immediately with Tetuan to demand that the bombing should cease and not be repeated. The Riffis suffered some losses, but Raisuli's message apparently reached Tetuan, for no further bombing took place. A few days later, orders came from Abd el-Krim that Raisuli should be sent to the Rif. He was very ill, and great difficulties had to be overcome before a means of transporting him could be improvised. A strong open litter was built of rough wood, and on this, borne by a number of tribesmen, for he was very heavy, Raisuli was placed. One or two of his own slaves were permitted to attend him on this last journey. As he passed, borne shoulder high through the silent crowd, he raised himself on his elbow and cried out, "Laugh at the fall of Raisuli, rejoice at his humiliation, but the day is coming when you will gladly give all you possess to have him back again. It will be too late then. It is too late now. I go forth to die." The winter was spent by the Spanish troops in strengthening the Primo line, the definite instalment of which was now completed. Early in March, General Primo de Rivera returned to Tetuan after less than 2 months' absence. He was convinced that some action in Morocco was necessary to satisfy the army in Africa and public opinion in Spain. The retirement had a disturbing effect upon the spirits of the Spanish people, who seemed as convinced as ever that all was not well in Morocco. General Primo de Rivera's thoughts were already centred on a Spanish disembarkation on the shores of the Bay of Alhucemas, and a thrust at Ajdir, in the very heart of the Rif country and the headquarters of Abd el-Krim. The winter had prevented any advance upon any front, and the calm was scarcely broken, and General Primo de Rivera had ample time before hostilities could break out again to mature his plans. A certain number of the Spanish troops had been sent back to the peninsula, but there were still 100,000 men on active service in the Spanish zone. General Primo de Rivera was the more hopeful for the success of an eventual disembarkation from the fact that, on January the 30th, the Spaniards had retaken Alcazar Sarria on the coast of the Straits of Gibraltar after a successful landing of troops. The preparations had been carefully organised, and the operation was a distinct success. 20 Spanish warships, transports, and torpedo boats were employed. The shore was bombarded at dawn, and 6,000 men were disembarked in 15 large armoured lighters. The Spanish losses were very slight. By midday the operation was completed, and Alcazar Sarria was once more in the occupation of Spain. The spring of 1925 was broken by no incident beyond some small attacks of no importance along the Primo line, but Abd el-Krim had become the undisputed chief of the Jabala tribes and completely taken Raisuli's place. From time to time there were rumours of peace overtures, and various attempts were made to open negotiations, but never with success. Early in April, Raisuli died in the Rif. He had been carried from Tazrut to Szechuan, and thence to the sea on the Hamara coast, whence he was taken to the Rif near Alhucemas on board one of Abdelkrim's motor launches. Already near death, the journey was more than the state of his health could bear. He was always in pain, his body swollen, and his legs covered with sores. He was hideous to look upon. The dropsy had made rapid strides. He refused to eat or drink except what was absolutely necessary to sustain life, and he spent his time in moody silence, and when spoken to merely asked to be left alone. It was a terrible end for a man of his position and pride, to die like a dog, as he described it, the prisoner of a Riffi. He seems to have been well treated, and to have been deprived of nothing, but his fall was too great, his humiliation too deep. Death when it came must indeed have been a release to this hard, cruel man, who had treated so many others far worse than he himself was being treated. All through the summer of 1925, the question of peace was again to the fore, and the terms which France and Spain decided to offer Abdelkrim were decided upon at the Franco-Spanish conference, which opened at Madrid on June the 17th. Negotiations of a rather desultory character were meanwhile going on both at Rabat and Tetuan, and continued into the autumn. Whether they would have eventually been successful it is impossible to say, but every chance of peace, at least of peace on the generous terms that France and Spain had offered, was dissipated by an event of vital importance in the history of Morocco. On September the 8th, the Spaniards disembarked in force on the westerly point of Alhucemas Bay. End of section 10.